That helps, honey. A little bit. Hi. Hello. Hello, friends. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Let's see where we are here. Where are we? Maybe here? Nope, not there. Hello. Hello. We're in a spot I need to be almost. I just need to be able to see us. There we go. In my mind, not that, almost. Okay, we're almost there again. There we are. Okay. Hello, friends. Hello. I had to kind of transition in my mind. I have been doing some things on Facebook this week, which is not my normal place where I live, right? This week, I've been teaching at the Three Craft Chicks virtual Gingerbread Kisses Extravaganza Retreat. And so I did a fun little demo on Thursday night and then taught my December documented class yesterday for about 5 hours. So switching in my brain from Facebook to YouTube. Anyhow, hello, happy Saturday. All right, let's see who we have here. Good morning, Ms. L. Kelly's Creative Dreams. Hello, Diane. Carrie, nice to see you. Leslie, hi, Leslie. Fun to see you pop on. It's rainy and cold in Southwest Missouri for Kelly. She feels like she lives in the Pacific Northwest. That's kind of funny. I shouldn't say funny because that's really not funny at all. But what's the weather like? Well, we can talk about weather. I'll tell you what the weather's like here in Utah. It is cold. So let's see. I don't know. What temperature would it be right now? It would be 41 degrees here in Utah. Beautiful blue skies, but it is chilly. But no sign of snow, I think. I don't think there's any sign of snow. So, hello, Amy from Arizona. Amy, thanks for joining us today. And then Nick, right above her. Nick's joining in from the other room. Just, to pop on and say hi. Hi, Terry. Terry, I can't believe it. Terry's Colorado. She said they have a foot of snow on the ground, which is crazy. Yeah, we got nothing. Terry, we maybe a little tiny bit of rain, but wow, did it come over Colorado and then settle for a bit, right? That's so fun that you guys got so much snow. Let's see. Gerda's here. Hello, Gerda. Hello. Shannon. Hi, Shannon. Shannon's in Arizona, probably a little warmer than some of us, right? Yes, thank you, Shannon. That's always a great reminder. Just do it while you're here. Right now, everybody stop, take a second, thumbs up. If you give the video a thumbs up, that's super important, super helpful. So thank you. Hi, Crafty865. Gracie Creates. Hello, Heather Graham, also from Arizona. We have a couple of Arizonans, I think, in the house. Hi, Shay. Hello, Lisa. Good morning. 50 degrees for Gracie Creates in the Midwest. Yes, new decor, because last Saturday we did not list because I was teaching my December documented mini book project kit to my customers. So we did about 6-hour class there. We've all ready now for the holidays. We finished the project, so that was awesome. And so that was up for last Saturday. And then I did, like I said, I was teaching a virtual holiday event Thursday and Friday, so I kept that up. And so it'll stay up. It'll stay up until the day after Christmas, because that's when Christmas comes down to my house. This is the only part of Christmas in the house so far. And it'll stay that way for a little while. No judgment though. If you have your Christmas things up already, that is great. I know some people, November 1st hits, out goes Halloween, in comes Christmas. So, but we're Christmas in here. Hello, Janine. Nice to see you. And Dina, Fiona, hello. Glorianne from Connecticut. She just finished sticking her December documented. Just sticking. I don't know what that is. Okay. Deborah from the Midwest. I just want to make sure I can say hi to everybody. Hello, Jackie. Another flank antenna, another wedding. lots of rain. Hello, Tracy. Hello, Karen. Also, Colorado. Heather Graham. Yes, Nick will be playing golf in Dallas tomorrow. Well, I guess, you could golf here later today, probably, when the ground wasn't frost. But anyhow, Nick, business trip. So he will be playing a little golf while he is gone in some warmer weather. Hello, Linda May. Linda May. Bella Stella. Oh my goodness. Bella Stella is here from Abu Dhabi. That just sounds so amazing. Nice to have you join us, and it's 82 degrees there, right? A little bit different part of the world. Southern hemisphere? Maybe, I think. I don't know. Or close. You can educate us, but welcome. Dina's working on her December documented. She is almost done. All right, friends. Hello, Christy. Nice to see you. Cindy. Hi, Cindy. Glorianne. Stickling. There we go. She's currently adding stickles to her December documented. All right, friends. So here we go. We're here to do our creative listing today. If you are new, welcome, welcome. I need to clean that camera off. If you are new, welcome, welcome. My name is, clean the camera first. Better, okay. My name is Lael Conker, and when I'm not traveling, we are here either on a Saturday or sometimes weeknight doing what I call creative listings. So a couple days before we get together, I published at least 3 listing topics, and then we come together and I do my creative listing. Sometimes you are listing with me, other people are working on other projects. Sometimes I'm just a little noise, right? Just a little noise, background noise for you to distract you from whatever it is that you are doing in your day, whether you're working or cleaning the house or working on another creative project, whatever it is. I'm just always happy to have you here. I have a business called Lael by Mail. I travel and teach some, and I am online doing teaching, and then I also have a website at laelbymail.com. So as we are working today, you will see me using lots of different products, and most, if not all of those, you will find on my website at laelbymail.com. In the description box of the video, you'll find tons of links. One of those links is a link to the products that I am using today. So if you're looking for anything that I'm using today, that's probably the easiest way to find it. But there's also a page on my website that says what I'm using. Now, we tried something when we were listing together a couple weeks back. Last time we were listing together, whenever that was, right? Feels like it's been forever. It would have been the 25th of October. My friend Amy was here with us, and she's here with us again today. And as I'm using some things, she'll be popping some links into the chat. So it'll make it very easy for you if you're like, oh, I love that orchard collection from 49 and Market. She'll be popping that right into the chat, the link. So it's really easy for you to find those things if you are shopping. So we have 4 lists today. We will see how we go. I woke up early. Things were great. My friend Vicky called as I was getting ready. We were chatting on the phone. And then about an hour ago, migraine. So that's just part of my life. So I've taken my medicine. I have a Coke, a full strength Coke that I'm drinking, the sugar and the caffeine. If you did not know, sugar, caffeine, and Excedrin migraine or Tylenol are very helpful in that situation. I learned that when I was pregnant years ago, but then I also took my migraine medication. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how far we get. What else? Let's just talk about our listing schedule briefly. We are listing again on Wednesday the 13th of November, because I am out of town traveling and teaching at an event next weekend. So we will be listing again Wednesday the 13th, calendar on the wall. We will not be listing on the 16th, but then we are listing on the 23rd and the 30th, and then quite frequently through December. So if you're ever wondering when we're listing, pin to the top of the Lael by Mail Facebook page, pin to the top of the Lael by Mail Facebook group, and then also blog post. Now, if all that is too much, just sign up for my emails so you get my emails, and then that schedule is always at the bottom of all those emails, okay? Because we like to have fun and play, and that is what we're doing today. It's been a roller coaster week, friends. If you live in the U.S., if you follow news and you're outside of the U.S., you know it's been a roller coaster of a week in our country. We're not talking about any of that. We are here to get our minds off of all of the roller coaster politics that have taken place this last week, and we are going to do what makes us happy. We're going to create All this week, and I tried to stay off social media as much as I could because there was all kinds of noise, right? So much noise from all directions. And one of the things I did see, and I actually had quite a few friends send this to me as well, different messages about when the world gets crazy and there's a lot of noise, that creators like us, right? We're creators. You go back to that safe space. You go back to your happy place and you go back to creating. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to have fun. We're going to take our mind off of whatever is going on. Maybe you're stressed about hosting Thanksgiving at your house for the first time or for the 80th time, whatever it is. So we're just going to have fun and hang out and play today. All right. I'm going to turn off the lights, turn on the studio lights, flip the camera, you know, all the things when we are ready to roll. Nick, I have to go do my list that Layla gave me. I may check in later. Yeah, although part of it's true. Part of it's true. If you've ever wondered, really, when I say I list about everything, I mean, I always write lists. It is so true. I am always writing lists. To-do lists, grocery lists, fun, creative lists, whatever it is. But it's just how my mind works. And it's interesting. It is a very safe and comforting space for me to make a list. Outside of even a creative list, when my mind gets kind of full or when my life seems a little crazy and I have a lot to do, if I can write it down, I don't know, it's very settling. It takes all of that stuff out of my brain. My brain feels like it's a pinball machine, right? Sometimes it feels like you have so much to do and so many things on your mind that everything's bouncing all over. So that if I can make a list, it just is very peaceful and calming to me. Now, if you're Nick, my husband, probably not so much because I'm taking some of those things out and saying, here, honey, do these things. Will you please do these things? So yes. All right, Bella Stella said yes for fun. Yep, that is why we're here. We are here to have just a ton of fun. Ms. L, I love your top. Thank you so much. Okay, friends, so one of our lists that we will tackle somewhere in the middle is a carryover from when we were together last. So we'll be bouncing around a little bit, but what we're going to start out with, About Last Month. About Last Month is a list that we do on a monthly basis. We've done About Last Month on a monthly basis for the last more than 4 years. The whole idea behind About Last Month, oh, and I just remembered, I need to plug in. We need to do that. Bella Stella, if I don't make a list, it may never happen. 100%, right? And there's something about, so I guess making a list can be a little bit of a double-edged sword. Making a list, for me, it helps to get the things out of my head. So I'm not worrying about them in my head anymore. But then it also kind of makes it real, right? Then there's your list and, you probably better get that done. So I guess it can be a double-edged sword. Kelly's Creative Dreams. Think I'll start a specific honey-do list, Traveler's Notebook, just for Bob when he retires. What a lovely gift. What a lovely retirement gift for Bob. Kelly, I love it. Oh my gosh. Hi, Denise. Denise is just checking in before she goes to work. We'll finish on replay. Loves her 6x8 albums. A paper piece. Is it dark in your room? It is not dark in my room. A paper piece. Did it look dark? I had overhead lights before when we started. There is a lot of light in my room. A lot. There's a big window on the north-facing wall, but then it casts a lot of shadows. And so I still have really bright studio lights that I like to use when I'm doing this because then it just brightens everything up so we don't see so many shadows. Terry said, Kelly, great idea. I have a Bob too, unfortunately not retiring anytime soon, right? Oh, Kelly, Bob will walk off the boat for the last time on Christmas Day. So is that when he retires? And what do you mean walk off the boat? What does he do? Hello, Justine. Nice to see you after 42 years. Oh my goodness. A paper piece said, okay, I'm probably losing my mind. About the darkness? I'm totally confused now, paper piece. What are you seeing? He's a riverboat captain. How cool is that? After 42 years, that is amazing. What a career. Okay, so About Last Month. This is a list, like I said, that we have. Let me stop. Let's go back first. A little scattered with the migraine. Let's go back first and take a look at our lists that we did when we were together last. Okay, so we did two lists. One of our lists was in the news, right? In the news is a list that we usually do on a monthly basis. We got a little bit behind because August and September is crazy travel and teaching for me. So I combined that into one list. Photos from August, photos from September, and then little typewriter there using the in the news typewriter stamp set, and then the typewriter die, library cards, and just kind of made my little list on library cards, and they went right in there. So the in the news list actually started out from a well, it goes back to actually our About Last Month list, right? So our About Last Month list, when we first started doing them, whole idea behind About Last Month, hold that thought. Let's just take a look at the second list and then we'll go back to that. Second list that we did last week. This one turned out so much fun. We've probably done a then and now type list, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times over the last 4.5 years that we've been listing. But when we do it then and now, I just pick a year. So I picked 2020 to 2024 because things have changed quite a bit since 2020, right? So I basically just wrote down some things that were happening in 2020 back then, and now how things are different now. For example, we were sheltering in place for the second time during the pandemic, and now we're traveling quite a bit. And in fact, Nick and I were just headed out of town later that week to go to Montana for a week in our RV. So then and now, we used the Groovy Darlin collection on this. So super bright colors, and was just kind of a fun one to work on. We had a lot of things in the chat kind of talking out then and now. All right, so now let's go back. Hello, Miss Debbie, nice to see you. Now let's go back to About Last Month. We'll kind of introduce that. So About Last Month is a list we started doing at the very beginning of the pandemic. And I thought, you know what? I should probably figure out a way where I can pretty quickly and easily document what happened during a month, right? If you are a list maker or you're a scrapbooker, you're a journaler, whatever it is, I think oftentimes we feel like we're behind in our projects, right? Because it's a hobby, right? It's a hobby, and so sometimes we can't make time for our hobby. So you may have stacks and stacks of photos that you want to be able to get to and document one day. But for me, if I can try to do it very quickly on a monthly basis, then I at least have the essence of it down. And then later in the future, I can come back and pick certain photos or events and things like that that maybe I want to expand on a little bit. So whole idea about last month is we're making a list. I add photos, and I'm just basically writing a run-on list of the different things that happened in my life, my family's life, over the course of that month. Every year I do a project kit. It is called Year in Review. You will watch for the 2025 Year in Review project kit to come out late-ish December. But every year as part of that kit, I come out with a stamp set, and the stamp set's part of the kit, but the stamp set's also a la carte, but stamp set that I then use to put together my About Last Month list every month. So it's quick, it's easy, it's done. For the whole year, I basically pick a format, and that's what I roll with. And having a format that you are pretty consistent with, I think it makes it super easy and approachable, right? Because you're not every month trying to reinvent the wheel. You're really focusing on what happened, list, run on list wise, and then photos. All right, so that's what we're going to start out with today. Now, a couple weeks back, we had worked on a list, and this was some of my favorite things about Halloween. We had worked on a favorite things about Halloween list, and we did a little interactive element here, okay? We did a little bit of an interactive element. With this interactive element, it was basically a pretty easy way of adding an additional page to your Traveler's Notebook insert. Because your traveler's notebook insert, if you're using one, is bound together, right? Sometimes it's harder to add additional pages. So what we did here was basically, I just took another piece of cardstock, made a little hinge, attached photos to one side of that cardstock, photos to the other side, and then tucked it under this piece of paper, all right? So as we were talking about that, we were talking about different ways that you might do something like this. And I'd kind of gone through a little bit of an example and said, hey, we're going to come back to this at some point in the future. So we're coming back to it now. We had talked a little bit about something called a Dutch door. So this is a Dutch door. A Dutch door is a door that opens independently of the top and the bottom, right? So each parts of the door can open independently of each other. And so all I did here was took out my little X-Acto knife and cut right through the middle. And I said, we'll come back to this and kind of work with something like this. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do About Last Month in this kind of spread today. So I'll have my regular spread, but then I'll have these little in-between pages. With the in-between pages, it's going to make it very easy for us to add more photos, because some months, if you're doing About Last Month, maybe you have more little photos that can fit on your little page here. So we're kind of do a couple things that way. So when we start out with About Last Month, I always start out with the photos. All throughout the month, I'm obviously taking photos on my phone. I have my calendar that I can refer back to if I'm kind of forgetting some of the things that happened, pairing that with my calendar. And then I also keep an open kind of note, just running note on my phone. And every month as things happen throughout the month, I just make a little note there so that when I am ready to sit down at the start of a new month to document the prior month, that I have everything ready at my fingertips. So it makes it really pretty easy. All right, Dutch door, yes, do tell, I'm intrigued. All right, so I start with the photos. This is a 5x7 photo. All right, it is a 5x7 photo. When you look at it that way, you're like, oh yeah, that's 5x7, I get it. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400. Terry said, does this mean Lael finally got an assistant during lives? Fabulous. Yes, Amy is my right hand. I've talked about Amy before, but Amy is, I don't know, Amy and I have known each other for many years. She's worked in the industry for many years. That's how we met each other. And now she's been doing a lot of work for me about the last 2 years, I want to say, but behind the scenes. So you really probably don't know Amy. She helps a lot with product development and product sourcing. If you watched any of the recent free classes that are out on my website, she actually did a series, free class series about about using metal die cuts. So that was Amy. But yes, Amy is here to help. So yeah, and Amy is awesome when it comes to that. All right, so I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 to print, I'm going to say probably 95% of my photos. I do have a larger photo printer that I use, especially if I'm working maybe in a 6x8 album and I want something a little bit bigger. But the Epson PictureMate PM400 is a pretty awesome little workhorse. It prints 3.5x5s, 4x6s, and 5x7s. The power, though, behind the printer really comes with the app, and it is the Epson Creative Print app. That is a free app that you'll find both on the Apple Store and the Android Store. I did a video after many requests. I did a video earlier this year talking about and showing you how to use that app. Now, the app is a really easy app to use, but there are some really cool things that you can do in that app that most people aren't aware of. And there are some things that you can do in that app that make it a lot easier to print your photos. With that app, there are pre-configured templates. So this is a pre-configured template. Actually, it would have, spaces there too. I just, in this case, chose not to put any photos there, but lots of pre-configured templates. So you can print different size photos, right? That's a 5x7, but I printed different size photos on there. Sometimes I leave them whole. I'm just grabbing something else that I can kind of show you related to this. Sometimes I will leave it whole like this, so I will be using it like this today. But other times I will cut those apart because sometimes you want to have your little photos, right? Maybe you have, you're working on a project and maybe I just want to add a little photo here and maybe one over here and one over here. I don't have to have a special printer to do that. That app basically is getting you your little smaller photos, but on a standard size, right? So that's what you see me do most often. If you take a mini book class from me, this is more what you're seeing me do. So both of these are on a 4x6, right? So that's 5x7, that's a 4x6. Regular old 4x6. This is probably what most of us are used to printing, a regular 4x6 photo, right? And on a 4x6 photo, it's one photo. But when we talk about the other types of templates, and there are a ton, pre-configured templates or canvases, there are a couple of other things that you can do. Well, lots of other things. You could do something like that, right? If you want 2 3x4s, well, you can pick that template and put a photo there and put a photo there, and then you get that, right? That is 2 photos that I would just then print as I would normally a 4x6 and then cut in half, and I get 2 3x4s. Likewise, here's another example. That one, also a 4x6, but another canvas or another template, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I could do 6 little 2x2s there. When I print it out, it is still being printed out as a 4x6, right? But it is 6 different photos making up that 4x6. So then I can just cut those apart and use my smaller photos. Difference here, same printer, same app. You can choose whether you want white borders or no white borders. So it's a super powerful app with an amazing little printer. All right, so that is what I have done. I printed my photo out there. And as I said, I've left blank spaces here because I usually like to add a little bit of decorating there, right? A little bit of decorating. JK said gorgeous colors on the photos. You know what? It is, and I know a number of you have that same printer. It's pretty fabulous for the small size that it is and for the price. So yeah, it does excellent work. All right, so I always start with the photo. Now I need to trim that photo down just a little bit. It is too wide. I use a standard wide traveler's notebook printer. Sorry, I just saw Terry's comment come up where she's talking about a printer. I use a standard wide traveler's notebook insert. So that is what you see me always working with. Standard wide is 5 by 8.25. My photo is 5 by 7. So you'd think, oh yeah, that should fit perfectly. It doesn't exactly fit perfectly. It's a little bit too wide because we're losing a couple of millimeters from the stapling in the center. So I'm going to trim that down just a tad. And these are just an assortment of things that happened throughout the month of October in my world. Now you're probably looking at that going, well, Lael, hold on. Isn't that October? Like that nothing Halloween related happened in your world in October? And I say, oh yes, yes it did. Lots of Halloween things. So I am using this photo on this page, but I've also printed 4 more photos that are a bit larger that now are focusing on Halloween that I'm going to incorporate using that little Dutch door. Okay, so let's start here. This one I'm going to have it float a little bit higher than I normally do. Because it's October, I've kind of pulled back out Halloween one last time. And the Halloween that I am pulling out is a Simple Vintage Scary Stories from Simple Stories. Super fun. Actually, I'm going to just narrow that down a tad bit more. Really fun vintage collection from Simple Stories. There is, I don't know, I think it's getting, things are getting pretty low on the website, on my website, but there's a little bit left. So if you're like, oh, how did I miss that? I didn't see that collection. Then there's some left, a little bit left to be had. Terry said, honestly, the Epson PictureMate is a workhorse. I love mine. It's also very easy to travel with. I take mine to the cabin every time. Yes, I put mine in my suitcase all the time when I travel. Now, here's the deal. When I say I put it in my suitcase, I need to clarify. I put it in my carry-on. I would not Just my opinion. I don't know what airline you fly. I would not put the printer in your checked bag. So it's in my carry-on, and then, you know, it's safe. It's happy and safe. All right, so there we go. There's the start. Now we're going to incorporate a little bit of Halloween. Start with that little piece. I thought that was such a fun little element. That is from the Journal Elements. And then I pulled out this little ghost too, because just it's cute. Fun little Halloween looking things. There are some little and big. Maybe a little spider we could work in here. Now, there's a lot of white there, so let's look and see what, if I want to put anything there, or I may just keep it that way. I don't know, I should probably just simplify things and keep it that way. What I am going to look for, though, is a little, maybe like a little word strip. A little word strip, so I'm just going through my little things here. Treats. Oh, what if we do this? What if we do treats? And then I had one that said tricks. Tricks and treats. I bet somewhere in there there's an and, a little ampersand, right? I don't really need that though. It's kind of understood. Tricks and treats. October fun. We could maybe work this little guy in there a bit, just to add a little bit more color up there. I'm covering up the northern lights. Oh, that's okay, because we know what they are. How about that? I think that's good. I'm okay with all that white up there. I mean, normally I'd say, ooh, that's a little bit too much white space, but it's okay. I'm not going to worry about it. So I have all those pieces now pretty much where I'd like them to be, right? Sometimes when you're working with die cuts and you have a number of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have 6 die cuts that I want to work with there. And I kind of have them placed about where I'd like them to be, right? This little guy moved a little bit on me. I get them placed where I want them to be. And some of us, it takes a lot longer to kind of place our die cuts, right? You might mess with it a bit and be like, oh, I don't really like that. That's not really where I wanted it to be. It's not very cute that way. We may be working with things a little bit, moving things around. Once you get them where you are, my biggest challenge is usually, okay, there, they look great. I'm happy with where they are. But now what? How am I going to get those off and then back on in the same kind of general placement where I'd like them to be? That is where, for me, highlighter tape comes into play. And this is actually something that Amy introduced me to. Wait a minute. What about, I know how we can fix this. Well, we'll fix it. We'll fix it in a minute. I'll add another spider and then we'll be good. And whoever says that, let's add another spider and then let's add another spider to the mix and it will make it better. Never. You never hear that in normal life, right? All right. So highlighter tape. Highlighter tape is a removable, repositionable, reusable tape. What is very cool about highlighter tape is that it is meant for like highlighting textbooks, reading books, whatever it is. And because it's removable and repositionable, that means it is not sticking to a book, right? And if you think about pages of a book, they're pretty thin and flimsy. If it's not sticking to pages of a book, it's certainly not going to stick permanently to our pieces here. So I can use the highlighter tape to piece all 6 of my die cuts here together into one piece. So then I can lift them all up as one piece. And this I don't need to, well, we better do that. I'm just taking that highlighter tape and adhering it right on top of my pieces. Now I'm not quite, oh, I'm adhered there, so I'm good. So there it is. That's the placement that I really liked. And now look at this, one piece, okay? So I used 2 pieces of highlighter tape. Now what you may have noticed, I didn't pull it off the roll, right? Like this looks like our regular Scotch tape roll or whatever, right? You notice I didn't pull it off the roll. I pulled it off of here. That's where I store it after I've used it. Because it's reusable, repositionable, I've had this forever. And there's still a lot on it. So I pulled it off of there. I'll use it when I'm done. I'll put it right back around that edge because I can continue to use it. So now, instead of trying to get all of those positioned in the exact same place again, I am treating it as one piece instead of 6 pieces, right? So there we go. I'll put that back down where I had it. I don't want to cover Nick's face too much. And there we go. And then all I do here is just pick that right back up. And I'll put it right back around that edge. Now I will need to, oh yeah, well, I need to do a couple things here because those 2 little guys obviously aren't sticking to anything because I didn't add any adhesive to them. So we need to pick those back up. And this little guy, well, I can use this one. I'll show you that in a minute. There's that one. There's that one. If you do like die cut titles, maybe you're using a bunch of different letters to spell something and you have your little die cuts. This is a great way to, instead of placing each one individually, to get your all of your pieces exactly where you want them. That guy needs to get adhered to. All right. So let's now, did I get any on there? Nope. All right, let's put this little guy in place. And we're kind of spread out a little bit more here than when I started. So maybe we could do those 2 guys like that. Sure, that helps to fill up that space a little bit. All right, so there we go. There's the start, right? There's the start. 2 are better than 1 when it comes to spiders. Only right now though, right? Not in real life. All right, so that's highlighter tape. It's pretty awesome. It's a pretty awesome little tool. I know some of you or some people have shared in the past, they use press and seal. I haven't tried that. That may work. All right, so now I want to go across here. So I've got some little white space here and then all of this space. That's usually where I pull in washi. So I have an assortment of washi in my stash, but I have a lot of Halloween washi and I have a lot of Christmas washi because I love Christmas and Halloween washi for some reason. So I have pulled a little bit of washi from Scary Stories. These 3 are from Scary Stories. The rest from my stash because I wasn't quite sure maybe what I wanted to use here. This one, this is an oldie but a goodie. This is a crepe paper that was a long time ago. I thought this one might be a little bit fun to work in with this eek boo, eek boo. Oh yeah, we're gonna do that for sure. All right, oopsie. Let's get that there. And this, like I said, this is way old, friends. So if you have Halloween washi in your stash, then go check and see if you have it. Otherwise, it's just one of those that, try to get that on straight. A little bit harder to see because it is white. Well, whitish, right? White-ish. Why am I struggling there? I'm on the struggle bus. in more ways than one today, I'm on the struggle bus. As the headache starts to go away, I get a little loopy. The medication I take for migraine is not, it's not a narcotic. That's not what makes me loopy. It's just, it makes me loopy. I call it a migraine hangover. All right, so now I would like this to go under that a little bit. I'm gonna take my little lifting tool here to try to just lift that up a tad. I can slide that right under. All right, so there we go. There's my start. And I feel like we need a little bit more. Should we do this guy? That's always a good one. This is from a past Simple Stories collection. I don't know which one it is, but it's from a past Simple Stories. I know that. What are we talking about? Some printers. Good morning, Julie. So nice to see you. Oh, look at that. Always love seeing what you're doing and missed you for the last few weekends. It's not the same without you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's so sweet of you to say. Oh, Karen, are you having printer struggles again? You poor thing. Poor thing. That's the story of your life, isn't it? Good morning, Marilee. Good morning, good morning. Kelly's Creative Dreams just brought up a very good point. She said, washi will go bad. Yes, washi will go bad. You shouldn't hoard it. Now, what that means when we say washi will go bad, the way that washi is made, it is, boy, are we going to go into Nick there? I guess so. Nick's going to have a little Halloween collar on him, apparently. The way that washi is made, it's paper, right? It is paper, and the glue gets applied to the paper and it gets baked. So they are baking it in order for that glue to set. That's why some washi sticks way better than others, if you've ever wondered, because it's how long they've left that in the oven. Okay, now that's a very simplified process, but it's how long they've really left it in the oven. Now, because it's glue, over time, some washi will pretty much just stop working altogether, right? Have you ever had that happen where you try to peel it off the roll and it's just cracking and breaking? It's almost like masking tape. Remember the like cream colored masking tape back in the day that after a while would get really brittle and kind of break? Kind of the same thing. So, and that's just a like lesson for use your product, right? Don't let your product sit, because at some point either it will stop working, it's not going to be sticky anymore if it's washi, or it may be that what you've been hoarding for a rainy day, when that rainy day comes, it's no longer your style. So you should use what you have, right? Use it, use it. There is a little bit, oh, Leo, I just did something I didn't want to do. I totally forgot that this was my, yeah, I need to fix that. I totally forgot that was my Dutch door. I don't want that on the Dutch door. So let's see if we can peel this off. Another thing, sometimes you may have success with when it comes to your washi. And here's the thing. If your washi is not working, you're not going to hurt it anymore by doing this, because this is a kind of the last ditch effort before you have to throw it away. If you have washi that you are not able to get off the roll, let's just pretend it's this guy. So I'm trying to unwind it. I'm trying to unwind it. It keeps cracking. It's not working. I can take my craft knife and cut through a couple of layers. All right. So I can take my craft knife, cut through a couple of layers like this, and then see if I can get through those layers. When I get through the layers, is it still kind of going to work when I get down below, right? So try that. If your washi seems like it's not working anymore, get to some of the underneath layers, and then it may still be okay for a bit. If not, then just throw it away, right? There's no sense in driving yourself crazy trying to peel and peel and peel, right? Because once we get to that, it's pretty much just done. It's pretty much just done. Is that a cat in my coffee? That that is a cat in a little bowl. That's where I had the cat in my coffee. That is where I had the Halloween washi sitting. That's fun. Let's see, make sure I didn't miss anything else. And Scrapbook Sister just brought up a great point. She uses double stick tape when it doesn't stick anymore. So sometimes if you use your tape runner, or if you use like score tape or something like that, that will work as well, as long as you can get it off the roll. If you can't even get it off the roll, then you know what? Try the digging, cutting through a few layers, and then after that, just throw it away. Just throw it away, right? Because if it's not going to work, it's just not going to work. All right, so what I did here, I took that off my Dutch door because I didn't mean for it to be there, and I am putting it now on the other side of my spread. Let's see if I can still make that work while I'm doing that, because I had already cut it. All right, friends, so what's on your agenda for today? Saturday. It is Saturday, November 9th. Are you working in the yard to try to get things kind of ready for winter? Do you not have winter? Because some of you don't have winter. Well, I guess we all have winter. It's just what your winter looks like, right? Because your winter may not have any snow, and you might have beautiful flowers still blooming. But here we kind of have to winterize everything. So you want to cut down all your bushes and sometimes trim the trees. You really want to get all the leaves off the trees if possible, because if snow comes too early, then all your branches will break because the snow on the way to the leaves. So lots of fall cleanup this time of year where we are. Um, oh, Lisa, good for you. Lisa just got home from work. She's on vacation until the 17th. She's going to start decorating for Christmas. She's going to go to her happy place. I love that. I love it. I love it. Karen is home staying warm. That's her agenda. Heather is making flavored creamer, then heading out to the garden. What a wonderful day, Heather. That sounds wonderful. Kelly's spending her morning with us. And then late afternoon at the Spectrum Art Creation Sale. Ooh, that sounds good. Um, April purged some of her scrap room. She's completely organizing it. Guess what? Don't we love that? Don't we love to organize all of our things in our craft space? Even if your scrap space, your craft space is a bin, just getting everything out, kind of getting everything organized so it's easy to find. After this week, the classes that I taught this week, this room was a ginormous mess. So this morning, I tackled half of it, and then I'll tackle the rest of it later. Hopefully later, right? Because I get sometimes when things are so disorganized, it's chaos. And for me, that leads to chaos in my brain, right? Chaos with things around, chaos in my brain, a little bit harder to focus. Jackie's going to wedding. Oh, how lovely. Hi, Karen. Karen is putting away Halloween. Marilee is getting things ready for Lizzie Lou's Christmas bash. Yes, some of you are going to that next week. Marilee will be there. I will be there teaching. This is the 8th year that we've done this, I believe, 7 or 8, teaching my December documented mini book project kit and a Christmas layout kit. All right, so now I want to just kind of look at these little in-between pages, all right? So my Dutch door, those open independently of one another. What I thought it might be fun to do would be to add some larger photos, right? Because I always have all these small photos. Everything here really doesn't have anything to do with Halloween. And I did that by design because I knew I was going to do smaller photos here. So when we did that over here, this was just, well, basically it was that, right? I kept those 2 photos together, cut in half. And then you had those 2, and then on the back side. This time I am going to cut those into 4 separate photos because 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's start out with that. But then I thought it might be fun to add a little bit more color in there because usually the about last months don't have any paper with them, right? Because usually that's how I do them. I just do them with fun stickers and stamps and things like that. So we're gonna add a little bit of paper in here. There we go. And this also, oopsie, is a template in the Epson Creative Print app. So this one, I just picked on a 5x7 to do 4 photos. Okay. Another great way where you can get your smaller photos without having to have, you know, a special smaller printer, because that's just a 5x7, but you can do the same thing on a 4x6. All right, so here we go. There are my 4 photos. Now, I am going to need to narrow these pages, right? They're going to be too wide for what I want to do here, right? They're a little bit too wide. So I thought it might be fun to add a little bit of pattern paper. So I thought maybe I should mat these, okay? Maybe I should mat them. So as I go to the paper pad, let's take a look what we have in that paper pad. You have 3x4 cards that you could mat. Now I need to obviously trim that down a bit, but I thought that one might be kind of fun to use. Maybe that guy. That might be, oh, that's something totally different. That's something totally different from when I was teaching at my friend Lizzie's Halloween bash. So maybe this guy would be fun. We already have that one. We could probably do that one, although we won't really see too much of this, right? We won't see too much of this. Let's start with this guy so we know as we're picking a pattern what we can work with here. That is 3x4. This is 8 inches tall. So if I put that right there, it really is larger than I want it to be. So what if we just kind of do this? Give ourselves a little bit there. Ooh, still too large, right? So I need to go pretty tight up in here. We already knew that was too large. All right. So now I know I probably don't want to use those ghosts, right? Because I will not see any of that pattern whatsoever. Just move that. I won't see any of that pattern. So I just need a little tiny bit here. A little tiny bit of pattern or color. All right, let's see what that does for us. All right, so if I separate this, you can see there's enough, just barely enough of that page for that to hang on to. So that is what we want to do. Now that we have a feel for what we're doing and what size we need, we can now start to take a look at the other papers. This guy, really, if we did one of those photos on there, we're really not going to see much at all, but we can still use it. We'll still use it. I'm gonna narrow this one down a little bit too. Kim J just got home from Sandy, Utah last night. What a beautiful town. Feels like summer here in California. So, Kim J, depending on where you were in Sandy, you may have been close to me. You may have been very close to me. Hello, Anne. Let's see, what's that guy? All right. Let's go ahead and adhere this little guy. So whether you're making a list or you are maybe doing a travel entry in your traveler's notebook, or maybe you are just doing your regular old documenting, whatever it is, adding a little Dutch door like this is just going to give you more room, right? A little bit more room. And just change the size of things a little bit, right? Just change the size of things. Now, what's really interesting here, I did not trim that page. Can you see that? I did not trim that page quite in half. So what that is going to tell me, I probably now want to keep one of them longer. Let's keep one of those longer than the other. So maybe what I can do, let's do this. I think this would be a fun one to keep longer. So we'll just take that guy off. Because I had started that Dutch door probably about a month ago when we were working. So there we go. That can be a shorty. And this can go on the other side. This one will be long. So maybe we'll use this guy. What size can we work with here? I'll just figure that out. Kind of right about there. Oh, this is gonna get a little odd. That's all right. If I had been paying attention, well, I didn't really know. I shouldn't even say paying attention. I really didn't know how I was going to use that Dutch door earlier. If I'd been paying attention to what I was doing, I would have trimmed it a little bit more in half. Right, so it's a little bit taller on the bottom than it is the top, but that's all right. We'll just kind of do that like that. That is way too busy. That one is way too busy to be on top with that. So maybe we just, let's find ourselves another color here that we can use from the pad. Maybe we just do that. That's a little bit better. Alrighty, so are you guys doing about last month with me? Are you listing? I know we talked a little bit about maybe what you were doing today, but what are you doing right now? You're listing with me? Reggie is hanging out in his little bin. It's so funny. I don't know, that cat is, he's on his little bucket on my desk. As I was teaching yesterday afternoon, he slept in here the whole time. Literally, as soon as I was done, literally, he got up and walked right here. But he slept the whole time, and then he just knew I was done, and there he was. All right, so this little guy can go right about here. And then this little one will go right under it. Like so. Now, I need to narrow this, right? I don't want it to be that wide, because I have all that extra paper that's just kind of hanging out there. So opening independently of one another, but too wide. So let's do this. Let's get out a self-healing cutting mat. Let me just grab that guy. And let's get out my craft knife again. And ooh, let's get out a ruler. So I'm going to put that self-healing cutting mat in between the pages. And I'm going to use the ruler here as my guide. I think we'll start about right here. See how that goes. And cut that, right? So I'm doing that instead of, obviously I can't necessarily put that in my trimmer, right? Because it's hard to get that little page since I have these other pieces in my trimmer. So we'll just do that. If I had to, if I did not have a self-healing cutting mat, I could cut it with my scissors, right? That would be easy to do. All right, let's see where we get here. And I'm using that metal ruler as a nice straight edge to cut against. And my self-healing cutting mat that is older than dirt, right? Anybody recognize that? Well, you can see how yucky and dirty it is, but that's what it's for, right? To be used. But yeah, making memories, that's been a while, hasn't it? That has been a while. We talk about companies we miss. That is certainly one of them, right? All right, so there we go. There is the start of my Dutch door that's opening independently of one another. I just want to place this one just a little, and one more spot again. And move it and fix it and reposition it. All right, there we go. Let's get that so it's a little bit more centered than the one above it. Okay. There we go. Now let's work on the back side. We have 2 more photos. And those would be, yes, right here. We have that little one that we already worked on. So it's ready to roll. Put that right there. And then we will do, well, no, it'll be okay. It will be okay. And we need to find, oh, here it is. Here's that last photo. So this little guy, right? It is going to look a little bit odd because there is a lot of white space in that corner of the photo and then up above. But if we use that guy, we can narrow it down a little bit. Then maybe I'll add a little die cutter too as part of that. So it'll help to kind of fill up a little bit of that space. A little bit too wide, so narrow that down a titch. Now it fits, okay. That little guy on there. It's kind of funny that we did, what if we do this? Maybe have it be a little bit higher. And then we find something that can fit right along at the bottom. Now I could put washi down there, right? If push came to shove, but I bet I can find something here. Oh, how about this? Could this work? Let's look. This one, I was thinking, could this go, oh, it actually works. But then it blends in a little bit with that. All the ghouls are out. What else do we have in here? Greetings, da da da, little kitty. All right, I am down to like the last of the dregs of all of my things for that. Nope, let's just do this. Let's just put this little guy right down here along the bottom. If you joined me for What's New Wednesday this past week, you saw me share this. This is a tape runner that has a 1/8 inch little glue or your tape, right? Whereas this guy is much wider. That one is super narrow. So it is great for your little word strips like that. All right, so let's do this little guy down here. Happy Halloween. And we will add, we'll add another one of our little spiders. Right there. That'll be good. Then we'll move on. All right. This guy will go down here. And that's my little Dutch door, right? So it is made using one of the pages in our insert, right? That was a page in our insert, just like this would be right here. It'd be like, there's our page, and then this is the one in the center that I did the Dutch door with, right? And we just cut it in half. Not quite in half, we learned, right? But I just cut it in half, and then now those two little doors can kind of open independently of one another. All right, maybe this little Buddha might be fun there. Hanging off the edge a little bit, just to add a little bit more something fun. Which means now we need to add something here on the back side that's roughly the same shape. What about that kitty? Sure. Ooh, no, yeah, we'll go with kitty. That like fits perfectly. All right, there we go. And if I wanted, I could do kind of a similar thing on that bottom door, but I think we'll leave it. Okay, so we've done a lot of decorating. We have done no kind of work over here in terms of getting our list ready to go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do our stamping. For 2024, for each of my About Last Month entries, I'm using the About Last Month stamp set. Oh, I love that. Yes, Heather. See, awesome. You just ask and ye shall receive. You want to know what something is? Amy will push the link out there for you. Thank you, Amy. I love that. All right, so let's do, oh yes. Okay, so we are using that block. I think on this one, we'll also use the solid block that can kind of go underneath it. And then we need October. And then we'll see if I use anything else here. We'll kind of see what happens after we get those things stamped. All right, so I need a stamping block. Let's get these little guys out of the way a little bit. A stamping block. That guy white enough? Have I used that one before? So there is nothing wrong with that stamp. I know it looks super yellow. I have stamped quite a bit of yellow and orange on that. That's why it looks a little discolored. It is not yellowing like some stamps will turn yellow. That is from ink. All right, that will be okay. I am going to, let's figure out the orange that we want to use. I had kind of earlier as I was looking, I think that Spiced Marmalade will go pretty well. I think Spiced Marmalade will go pretty well. So let's grab that one out. I am pretty much always using Distress Oxides. That's just kind of what I use. So Distress Oxides are a pigment-based ink. In my head, this is what I call them in my head, a juicy ink, all right? So pigment-based ink, a little bit wetter, so it takes a minute, not a minute, but it takes a second, not a second either. It takes a little time to dry. How about that? Takes a little time to dry. But I really like the coverage that that type of ink gives me. So that's pretty much what I use exclusively, is Distress Oxide. All right, I pulled out my little test stamping notebook here. You've seen me use this before. This is what I pull out when I am getting ready, obviously, to stamp something. Because I should always test it out before I do it on my project. There's kind of no going back once you do it here. So I can test here for a number of things that I'm looking for. Number one, is the stamp clean? Sometimes you may get a little bit of dust or lint that will prevent the ink from stamping or the ink from setting in a certain area, right? So if you've got a big little piece of hair on there from your cat and you put ink on there and then you stamp, you're going to have a place where that hair was where the ink is not, you know, present, right? So make sure it's clean. I can make sure I like the color. I can make sure if I'm using alphabet stamps, maybe that I've spelled the word correctly, that I just kind of that everything is good before I actually stamp in my project. Especially if you are new to stamping, or maybe you are new to a particular stamp. Okay, maybe you've been stamping forever, but you have a brand new stamp that you purchased and you haven't really used it yet. It's a good idea to test it out first so you get a feel for pressure, how much pressure you need to apply when you are stamping. Because in general, especially the smaller the stamp, you don't need to apply as much pressure as you think you do. All right, so let's get that ready. I've already used these stamps before, so I don't need to prime or condition them. That is something that we'll probably take a look at when we use a stamp set in one of our lists later today. All right, so this is going to be a 2-layer stamp because I have the block that I am putting down first, and then I'll kind of put the frame on top of it. You can decide, and this is sometimes what you're testing, you can decide when you are layering stamps which order that you want to stamp them. I know I want to do light first, and then that is going to be in black, so I want to do dark on top of light. If I do the black first and then I do the orange on top of it, it's going to kind of muddy up the black. So I try to do generally the darker color on top. So there we go. That looks great, right? So I'm actually, while that ink is still somewhat wet-ish, I am going to do that guy first. So because I'm stamping in my traveler's notebook, I should be using a tool called a pencil board. A pencil board is basically a flat surface. So a flat surface that you can slide underneath whatever it is that you're working on, the page that you're working on. Now I have a flat surface to stamp on. If I am not using a pencil board, then I am now stamping on all of these layers. I'm stamping on that, and I'm stamping on this. And because I'm not on a flat surface, it's likely going to affect my impression when I stamp. All right, so let's slide that under here. We'll see if that causes an issue. We'll just find out when we get there, right? We will find out when we get there. So I've laid that underneath my page. Now I make pencil boards. You'll find them on the website, and I'm sure Amy will link that for us, but you can also make your own, right? You can take a heavy duty piece of chipboard and cut it to the size of your insert. As long as you give yourself something to stamp on in between your page, you really want to make sure you have something like that. It will make you much happier. All right, there we go. That looks good. I'm going to apply nice, even pressure. Nice, even pressure. Yes, Kelly's Creative Dreams. So earlier this week on the What's New Wednesday, I brought into this shop a larger stamping block. It is a 4.5 by 6.5. All right, so what did I do there? Okay, so what I thought might happen. You see how I have the space there, and then there's the ink on my block. What got in our way is that little bat underneath. Remember when I said, ooh, I wonder if that bat's going to cause us a problem. So I will not be sad about that because there is a way that I can fix that. So sometimes we like it when this happens because then we can learn on how we might fix that or prevent it. Let me grab a couple of things over here that I always like to have handy. One is a Q-tip. One is, I will have to, Amy won't have the link to these, so I will, I need to put these up on the website. Now, these are little tiny, almost disposable. They're not really Q-tips, right? That's not something that you would clean your ear with, but because it's disposable, we can make use of it here. Then I will also bring in a paintbrush. So let's see what we want to use from my assorted sizes of paintbrush. Okay, so I need to somehow now get ink there, right? So the different little devices, tools, or not really tools, the different things I brought in. What happened to that Q-tip? I threw it on here. Q-tip, oh, here it is. All right, so I could use a Q-tip to try and paint that on, all right? So I would come over here, get some ink on my Q-tip, and I am going to just come in here and start to paint it on. Look at that magic, right? Look at, so I wasn't sad when that happened. No one is ever, that's our little secret here, friends. No one is ever going to know that when I stamped that, the ink didn't really adhere in that one spot because of what was underneath, right? So in a larger surface area like that, a Q-tip works really well. Look at, perfect. Q-tip works really well. I usually will break them in half because I don't want to use this anymore, but this one is great, right? I can use that one. So bigger area, Q-tip works well. Smaller area, these little teeny, see that little teeny thing? I could put my ink on there and let me just put the lid on that for a sec. And come in and paint in a much smaller area, right? I mean, I wouldn't be really trying to paint in. I might just be trying to fill in a little tiny space that was missing the ink. The other thing that I can do, and then now that's disposable, right? I don't want to have that around anymore. The next thing that I could do, I could work with a paintbrush. So paintbrush, I want to have a nice fine tip. I pulled maybe a larger tipped paintbrush for this because I had a larger surface area. But this is the case where you don't want to get paintbrushes from the dollar store, right? Because you want something that's a little bit of a nicer paintbrush that's a little bit easier to work with the bristles. So I wouldn't add any water to that. I would just pick up ink as I could on those bristles and then try to paint it on. So a couple of different ways that you could fix something after something like that has happened. And Amy said, controlled chaos, I love it. Never a mistake, only an opportunity to learn, right? And that's how, right? That's how we learn. That's how I had to learn. And usually, I should say, sometimes I'm learning from you guys because something like that has happened before, right? It just happens. And we talk about how to fix it. And someone will say, oh, hey, have you ever tried this? That was one day someone said something about the paintbrush and I'm like, oh, well, I got to try that. So always opportunities to fix things. And guess what? If I couldn't fix that, I just put a sticker or a die cut over it, right? There's no reason to be sad and start, all over. All right. Next up, I have, so this will be interesting. Are we going to run into a similar problem here? Possibly. Let's do it and see what happens. The problem or the issue that arose there was because I had that die cut on the back side. And you guys, that is a super thin die cut, but that is just a little bit thick enough that it couldn't adhere in that certain spot. All right, so now let's take our frame. And our frame I am going to do in black. That frame frames that little block perfectly. Let's get our black ink. But now another opportunity for me to test over here because I already started my testing here, right? So now I can test what happens if I were to put the black down first and put the orange on top, or the orange down first and put the black on top. And I already know that outcome. Ooh, that guy looks like it may be about on his last life. It needs a re-inker, but we've had re-inker discussions before. I said I primarily will really only use Distress Oxide inks with the exception of black. Yeah, I may need to, we'll see how that works. I may need to pull out a different black, another block, or another little, you know what I mean. This is the black I use. That is the black I swear by, that Versifying Clair Nocturne by Sukaniko. It is also a pigment-based ink. It is by far, in my opinion, right? Everything I share with you guys is, in my opinion, the best black ink that is out there. Yeah, let me swap that out. The manufacturer or my distributor has been out of stock on those for a while. I've had them on reorder for a while. They should be in hopefully next week. They're showing that they should have them in stock again next week. And so if you are in need of a black ink, this one is it. I'm telling you. I am telling you. I don't steer you wrong. Okay. And much of what I share with you guys is just based on my years of crafting and trying things and finding things that work. All right, so I've inked that up quite a bit. Just want to make sure it's all nice and inky. And my pencil board is back in place. This guy sits right on top of that block. And there we go. Nancy, I love it. Nancy said, finally, I've been in our preschoolers YMCA basketball game. It was like watching someone try to herd cats, right? All right, so look at, we had that same issue in that same spot. Again, that is happening because of what I put back there. Now, black is a really easy fix because when that happens with black, all I do is grab my black pen and fix it. So we'll just come in here. Magical, right? Again, our little secret. No one's ever going to know. Except for us. And that will just fix a little bit. So there we go. Okay, now, the next thing I'd like to stamp is October. So October will go right in here. But what may happen, let's just try to figure this out. Since we know we have a little problem child right there, I will be okay. It looks like I will be okay because, let me try something here. Let me put just this right here in case it's a little bit still wet. I don't want to set that down on that. We'll put that there. I think I can maybe pull this guy up. Ooh, I need some Goo Gone. I need some Goo Gone to get that. Ooh, okay. Yep. All right. So I'm just using that little lifting tool to get this guy out of my way, right? I can come back in. I'll come back in and re-add him. I'm pulling up a little bit of the paper underneath, but that'll be okay. Note to self, clean this guy off, right? My little tool, because I use it to lift up stickers and things like that. All right, I'm not worried about that because that'll go right back on there. That is now going to make sure that when I stamp October, I'm not going to run into any problems. Okay, let's clean this guy very quickly. You always want to clean as quickly as you can. Well, not quickly as you can, but if you don't clean right away, then you probably forget. So that is, get that guy cleaned off. Then it becomes much easier to clean the next time. I didn't clean in that center from before. All right, so now we're going to stamp our October, and I am going to switch out the stamping block I'm using. The reason I'm doing that, stamping is finicky, right? We've just seen a couple of instances where stamping can be a little finicky. One of the things that you can do to set yourself up for success is right size, where did that come? Oh, here it is. Right size your stamping block for the stamp that you're using, okay? So that stamp that I just used fit very well on that stamping block. But now I'm getting ready to go to a much smaller stamp. My October is a much smaller stamp. I can use the stamping block for that, absolutely. And if I only have one stamping block, then obviously I need to have a really big one, right? That's that new size, the 4.5 by 6.5. If I only have that, I have to go with lowest common denominator. I need the biggest block for my largest stamp. But if I can start to work in some various sizes of stamping blocks, it's going to make my life a lot easier. This will work, right? That will work. But as I am trying to get it even, because there's so much extra block around it, it makes it a little bit harder to work with, all right? And if it's harder to work with, then generally you may not get the results that you're looking for. So I want to right size. That is too small. I have various sizes stamping blocks here. So this guy is probably going to be my closest. You'll notice when I am picking up a stamp that instead of placing my stamp here, I find it much easier to put my stamp face down on my work surface and then pick it up with the block, because when I do that, then I can get it straight. I'm not trying to place it with my fingers, and that's just personal preference, but all the little things that I've learned as I have, I've only been stamping maybe the last, well, I kind of started doing it right around the pandemic, right? So I've learned a lot. I've definitely learned a lot. And that's right how we learn. We learn by trial and error and playing. So just sharing with you some of the things that I have learned along the way. Right size your stamping block. That's what I call it. Right size. All right. So we've inked that up. We're going back here to just test it again to make sure it is good. All right. So what this would have looked like if I had stamped the black border first and then put the orange on top of it, the black would start to look a little bit chalky because the orange ink is sitting on top of the black. So it's really, I'm layering based on what color I really want to stand out. So in this case, I really want the black to stand out on the border and then my October right there. So we're doing orange first and then black. So light to dark, that's what I have used. That, in that stamp set, you have, oh my gosh, a lot of different things. It's a 6x8 stamp set. So you have the handwritten months, you have the two, the border that we used and the solid block. You have lots of different icons, pretty much one for each month that you can work into either of those little boxes. You have 2-digit year, either hand-drawn, I should say hand-drawn and hand-drawn, hand-lettered, I guess, by me, hand-lettered, as well as your, just kind of regular font, right? So lots of different things that you can use here to put together your month, your About Last Month. Okay, I got a little bit of ink on my fingers, so I wanted to clean that off. All right, let's see what else we want to add here. What else do we want to add here? A chat group meeting a couple times a month to work on our projects. That would be interesting. Now, I know I've missed part of something. Missed part of a conversation. Mrs. Craft Happy had a question. Are her monthly stamping bundles what she uses in her projects for the month, or is that just what's being released for the month? Well, Ms. Craft Happy, that is a great question. Currently, the monthly stamp bundles, so I release new stamps every other month, bi-monthly. And those are just new stamps. Now, those are what I'm working with, over the, in the future, because it's what I have that's new, so that's what I work with. There is something new coming, my friends. This is probably part of the migraine inducing thing that's happened. I have a new program coming. I don't want to call it a program, but something new that is coming for 2025 that you will see come out next month for the first 3 months of the year. So it will be quarterly, and it's going to have so much good stuff in it, and it's all mine. Paper, die cuts, stamps, word strip stickers, all of the product in the kit is mine. And I will use it for two things. I will be using it for partially what I'm using in my lists for those months, and then partially using it for the bi-monthly Traveler's Notebook project kit that I have done in the past. So it's one kit that is going to do lots of fun different things, and it will work for lots of different people. So very excited about that. But Ms. Crafty Happy, so I answered your question about the bi-monthly stamp releases. Those are just, continuing to be new stamps that we're using in our listing, but there will be very specific things and part of a kit going forward. And I just told you guys a whole bunch of fun stuff. But yeah, that is, let me tell you, paper, Stickers, die cuts. The die cuts I've been doing for a little bit here and there, but it's a lot. It is a lot, but very excited about it. Something that Amy and I dreamed up not very long ago. Not very long ago. So I really need to kick it off at the start of a new year. So you just kind of like, okay, better make it happen at the beginning of the year. So very excited to share more about that next month. All right. So let's see. I have some word strips, little word strip stamps that I could maybe pepper in here. I also have, I also have the Halloween mini icons that if I wanted to, I could work in throughout here. Maybe we should just do that little guy right there. How about that? And then it's kind of tying in with we've got our little spider family going here. No time limit today, Miss Terry. No time limit. No time limit. All right. Yeah, I think I probably missed all kinds of questions that you guys have and related to the stamps I'm using, and I may not have answered the question correctly. But Amy can help us. Amy can help because now she can see what's going on in the chat and she can answer. All right. Sometimes it's hard for me to follow chat and work at the same time. Or walk and chew gum at the same time, right? All right, there we go. So let's continue, I think maybe with our orange theme. I think anything I stamp down here may also be spiced marmalade, spiced marmalade. Let's put these guys away just so we get them out of the way. So this is the 2024 About Last Month stamp set. And really kind of what happens is once 2024 is done, then I will be moving on to the 2025 About My Last Month stamp set, which you will see a little bit towards the end of December and then definitely in January. So if we looked at all my lists that I've done for About Last Month for this year, all using that stamp set. Okay. Need to move these things out of the way. Let's get my list. So this is the book that I use to plan all of our listing sessions. This is a new one for me because the last one filled up. I'd been using it for 3 years. And so this is how I plan what we're doing. This is how I plan our list. This is how sometimes, there's my little sketch of what we're doing here. Don't be scared that there's no sketches for either of those. I don't know if I'm talking to you or talking to me when I say there's no sketches to not be scared. But anyhow, so I know what lists they are. I know what products I'm using, and then I've kind of worked out the things on my list. So this says there's a special version for me that I use because there's some additional information that I need to have on there as I'm planning. But there's also a version out there for you guys that you can purchase. Oh, let's put this little guy back. Yeah, let's put him back now. And you can purchase it either pre-printed for you or pre-printed or download. Okay, let's put this guy back here. Okay. Alrighty, I think we'll use these. We'll use some of our definitions. So these I am going to use for the bullets in between the things on my list. All right, so, and I think I probably maybe want to make it simplified. I don't know that I want to mix all of those every time because I think that might be a little excessive if I'm mixing, like doing a new one every time. So what if we use... Where is, I don't know, I think Lost Shadow will be too light. Where's the other one? Oh, there it is, Hickory Smoke. I think I can work in maybe a little bit of gray. Gray or yellow? Gray or yellow? Let's use yellow. Let's find a yellow that would work. Probably... Not mustard seed, not fossilized amber, maybe. Well, that's kind of more orange, isn't it? Now that we see that, it's a little bit more orange. What do we have? Ooh. Dried marigold, wild honey. Wild honey, probably the closest that we have. So let's go with wild honey. Those are my swatches. Okay, so I've swatched all of my inks. So it's much easier just to pull out the swatches than to pull out every ink color that I have as I'm trying to figure out which one matches. But this is the other reason why it's helpful to swatch your inks. That's what it looks like on the tin, right? Or the tin, the little plastic case. That is what it looks like stamped. So I'd probably look at that and go, ooh, I don't know, that's maybe a little bit browner than I want. But then when you see it stamped, it changes quite a bit. All right. So I need another stamping block. We need a smaller one, even smaller for the little icons. If I'm using that color, which one do I want to use? I kind of wanted to use, I guess we could use pumpkin, right? I like that though. I'm going to use that. So that's probably going to take me now away from wild honey since I want to use the spider web. I'm going to go with hickory smoke. We'll go with that one. So where'd he go? Okay, too big. These are little cylinders, okay? So stamping blocks that are little cylinders. Again, I'm right sizing, right? I want to go with a stamping block that is slightly larger than my stamp, but not too much, right? We don't want to go too much larger. But this guy, because it's so small, it's taller than your regular stamping block, so it gives us something to hold on to, right? It's all about making it as easy as we can when we are stamping, because if it's easy, number one, then we'll pull our stamps out and use them. But number two, if it's easy, then we'll like what we do. I think that's what I was going to say. I don't know what I was going to say there. Migraine. It's feeling better, but now it's that loopiness that happens, you guys. All right, so normally I don't do this. As I'm stamping, usually at this point, because the stamps are pretty small, I am just starting to write, and I'm not worried about what's happening underneath, but because I have layer, I probably better do that. All right, so now I'm just making my list. This is my list of the things that happened in October. And it's kind of roughly in order-ish, all right? Roughly in order-ish. So the first thing that I wanted to make sure to document, and that is this photo right here. My dad, you guys have heard me talk about my dad sometime in the past. My dad has dementia, early onset Alzheimer's. So he is in assisted living. Right now, everything is short-term. Short-term memory is pretty much non-existent. But long-term memory is amazing. He was a Top Gun pilot in the Navy. The assisted living facility had reached out to us in early October and said, hey, there is an organization called Dream Flights, and they would like to take your dad and a couple of other veterans, the assisted living facility, and take them up in a World War II era biplane, open cockpit. And so there's 2 seats. So there would be a pilot flying, but then my dad could do a little bit of flying. And so he did that, and it was very cool, a great experience for him. But the news, one of the local news stations, went to the assisted living place and interviewed him before that. So that's kind of talking about that, and that is that little photo there. And I have to tell you guys, it was a little humorous. The young reporter was she was the cameraman and reporter at the same time, so she was just asking questions behind the camera. And again, I said short-term memory, really not there. So she would ask a question, and I don't know how, they probably hadn't really prepped her for this. She would ask a question, and he would start to answer. Then he would forget the question, and then he'd kind of circle back into, I'm laughing because with something like that, you just have to have humor in the situation, because otherwise, life is difficult. So anyhow, that was kind of a neat thing. So in as few as words as possible, I'm going to say, Dad was interviewed by the local news station and had a dream flight in an open cockpit World War II era biplane. So it's kind of cool. I was in town for the interview, but was not in town for the flight. So the kind of activities director at the assisted living place where he is was wonderful and sent us all kinds of photos and things like that. So it was kind of cool. Kelly said, is anyone else amazed at how tiny she writes? Oh, all right. Next up, you know what's funny? I just saw Kelly's Creative Dream said, is anyone, oh no. Carla said, anyone know a good replacement for Heidi Swap, the Shine Gold, right? I just had like 4 bottles of that I threw away that I'd had around forever and a day. Kind of, I have an idea for you. So Carla, if you remind me, at some point today, I'll maybe try to talk about that a little bit. All right, next thing, I taught at my friend at Lizzie's annual Halloween retreat. That is always such a fun thing to do every year. I've taught it that, I don't know how many years in a row. You're at a retreat house, and so everybody is staying there, sleeping there. Lizzie does all the cooking, so you're just very spoiled. But then one night there is a costume party, and so costume party. That's me teaching costume party. All right, so next up on my list, Nick, my husband. So it's not all about me. Nick fished for a weekend at South Fork. Oh gosh, I almost called it Silver Fork. South Fork Lodge with the guys to celebrate a friend of ours, Scott Beck's retirement. So I have a little photo over here, right? So my photos don't represent everything necessarily that happened throughout the month, but lots of things, right? All right, next up. We went to the inaugural game for the Utah Hockey Club. Utah's new NFL. Utah's new NHL hockey team. With the Petrowskis, our friends. They have season tickets, and they invited us to go to that with them, which was pretty fun, pretty cool. What's really cool, and I need to this would be kind of a cool then and now. So when we talk about then and now, where we're comparing things that happened in the past to things that happen in the future, this is a selfie of the 4 of us from that hockey game, which was the inaugural Utah Hockey Club, the first NHL in Utah game. Well, we have a very similar picture of the 4 of us in 2002 when the Winter Olympics were here and we were at a hockey game. So that would be a really fun kind of then and now comparison. So sometimes when we do our lists, they have photos and sometimes they don't, but that would be a great kind of then and now to do with a photo. All right. I taught my October 31st Halloween mini book class. So this is just it. This is the whole idea about last month. Now, a lot of that was playing, right? A lot of that was playing and getting stamps out and trying new techniques like the little Dutch door and adding photos and more photos and die cuts. But really, this part is all just a run-on list. I'm just making a run-on list of what happened, right? Easy, no pressure. I don't have to be Ernest Hemingway, right? I'm not writing this amazing soliloquy of, my life. It's just bullet, bullet, bullet. This is what happened. Nick attended a shooting class. I don't even know. Class over the weekend. It was a work thing, which is, well, I don't know. It's one of his customers over the weekend in Price. Nick is not like a big shooter, gun-wise at all. Nick grew up hunting with his dad and his uncles, so he knows his way around a gun. But it was a very specialized course, I guess, that was something that he did for his business. Not his business, he did for work, but one of his customers came out and brought some of his people and they did it. So kind of a team building-ish kind of thing. But he said it was interesting because the first day was entirely classroom. It was all 100% classroom learning. Nick and I discovered a new restaurant that we're actually going to again tonight. It's called Sol Agave. It is a Mexican food restaurant. Had dinner at Sol Agave. My friend Kathy had told us about it for the first time. We loved it. Really yummy, fresh, clean margaritas. So not like from, a machine mix. Just, food was amazing and loved it. Nick and I, as we get older, have discovered that if we do like an appetizer and split an entree, that's really the way to go. The food portions there were ginormous, but not like super heavy. I know that's going to sound odd, especially for Mexican food, but not like super heavy, but oh, so good. It was Lily's birthday. Lily is one of the ladies that works for me. You have heard me talk, I think in the past, about Lily and Denise. Lily and Denise do all the kitting, all of the order processing, packing orders, shipping orders, fulfilling orders, checking new product when it comes in. So they are amazing. It was Lily's birthday. So I taught my gratitude traveler's notebook class. Well, I was going to use word strips, wasn't I? But I didn't. That got a little bit away from me, didn't it? And we took a week-long trip at the end of the month. Week-long trip to Montana in Harvey, our RV, to test out working on the road. So like, could we work on the road? Like Nick, Nick has a full-time job. Could he do it remotely, right? It totally worked. And obviously you guys know my job, my business, I can pretty much do it anywhere. The one thing I haven't tested out yet, which will be next to test out, is to see, can I do something like this on the road, right? A lot more planning. It would take a lot more planning than I mean, this is a lot of planning already, but it would take way more planning than that to make sure that I knew exactly what I was going to do, that I had all of the products I needed, and then just the lighting in our RV, right? Because we don't have a huge RV, so it'd be like, okay, can we do this? Can we make it work? Just can we travel? Could we go somewhere for a month? Or can we go to lots of different places for a month in our RV and move from place to place and be able to function away from home? Which so far it works. It totally works. So now the big key to that is Wi-Fi. Got to have good Wi-Fi. And where we were, we had good Wi-Fi, so that worked out. That was kind of fun. So there is my about last month for the month of October, right? A little bit different. Oh, can't believe I forgot this. I forgot to do my outlining on the pages. It looked a little plain around there, didn't it? That whole idea is it's done, right? Now, if I was just doing this myself, that took us almost 2 hours to do, right? That's way longer than it would take me. I did a lot of talking, but we also did kind of this little interactive thing that took a little bit more time. I could probably do all that in an hour if it was just me, right? If I was paying attention and if it was just me. So, but I can say that I'm caught up on all of my memory keeping because I have done at least this once a month for the last 4.5 years. So if I want to know what happened in June of 2021, all I have to do is go to my Traveler's Notebook and look, and I'm like, there's June of 2021, and I know exactly what happened. So that's kind of the whole concept behind About Last Month. All right, let's do something. Let's get this cleaned up, this little Halloween part, because we are now done with Halloween. Halloween, October is over, so we won't be using any more Halloween products again. So let me get these off to the side so we can move on to our next list. We need to do at least one live giveaway today, right? I always do giveaways when we are listing. Always do giveaways. But I think, well, not think, because it's what I've started doing lately. We are going to always do one live giveaway, at least, and then an after party giveaway. After party means you don't have to be here live. You just leave a comment on the video when the video is over. Not in the chat, when it's over. And then before we are together, oh, I just remembered I didn't do that this morning. Before we are together again, I will draw one random comment from the comment that's left on the video, and that person will win a prize. So I totally forgot to do that. But I will do that when we are done today. But what we can do today, we will do a live giveaway. Live giveaways are fun. The way that the live giveaways work is that I do it through the chat. So we'll kind of get the next list going. I'll get all the things out for the next list. And at some point, I will stop in the next 5 minutes or so and say, okay, I will stop, and my little finger will scroll up in the chat, and wherever my finger stops, that is the person that wins the live giveaway. So I'm not sure what that one will be yet. We'll figure that out in a second, what the prize will be. So let me put these here. 1, 2. This one is live. All right, so our second list. Our second list is actually a carryover from the 25th. The 25th, I had a hard stop because Nick and I were actually leaving the next morning for a week, and I had to pack and get ready. So we were only able to get 2 lists done. So we're going to pick up that third list now from that last week. And that list is childhood memories, like our favorite childhood memories. Anytime we do a list like this, I think it's always, for me at least, a lot of fun because lots of things are coming up in the chat. You guys are talking about maybe some of your favorite childhood memories. Now, when we do a list like this, I realize not everyone had a great childhood, so you may not have any favorite childhood memories. That doesn't mean that you can't participate with a list. Change it. Your favorite adult memories, your favorite high school memories, your favorite college memories, your favorite memories as working as a nurse or working as a teacher. So you can always just take what we do and twist it a little bit if you still want to participate and the topic maybe doesn't necessarily pertain to you or feel like something that you even want to list. All right. So don't want to leave anybody out. Don't want to leave anybody out. Karen said, how do you clean your chamois? Well, look at, I really don't need to, right? I mean, you can see how dirty that is. Eventually when this dries out, right, it will dry out after I use it. And so I just go wet it again. But once it is rehydrated, right, it's hydrated right now. I've never cleaned it. I don't think you really need to clean them. You could, I don't know that I'd wash it with soap and water. I mean, I guess you could try, but really I never clean mine. If anyone has ever cleaned theirs, if you want to pop into the chat and let us know. What am And Karen said, thanks for keeping me in mind, Lael. And Karen, I don't, if you have shared before, I don't think that I remember this, but she said, although there are good memories, most weren't. But I always like to, because I know, you know what? We talk about things like in a couple of weeks, we will do a list about things I'm looking forward to this Christmas. And Christmas may not be a happy time for you, right? So it doesn't mean you can't participate. It's things you're looking forward to this winter or next year, or things you're looking forward to being over, right? It's absolutely okay to do a list that's a little bit cathartic. Things that you're looking forward to being over. Like, I'm pretty sure all of us could have said this prior to November 5th, the election. I think we were probably all looking forward to the election being over, right? So you can kind of switch things, and maybe Karen can say, you know, if she wanted to do a list about maybe things that weren't great from her childhood. And not that you want to dig up those memories, but sometimes that can be really cathartic. So sometimes it's okay to turn things upside down or put them on their head, right? Tracy said she's had her chamois for 4 years and used it almost daily. She's never cleaned it out other than rinsing it out when it dries out. Yep, all right. Amy said, if it bothers you, you can wash your chamois with dishwashing detergent and rinse it out very well, right? And I think she put very in uppercase because you don't want any of that soap residue then to be transferred to your stamps as you're cleaning your stamps. So rinse it out super, super well. Stephanie said, is the idea book the same as the planner? Stephanie, it is not. So there's actually 3 things. This is the list. This is the workbook, okay? So the workbook is what I use to plan out all of our sessions. So that's the workbook. The planner is something totally different. All of these things I originally made for myself, or these 2 things I should say, but when you guys started seeing them, you started asking for them. So this is just a planner that I made the format. I made it for myself. And this is how I work. I have a week, and then I have a little calendar up here. And then these are the things that I need to get done for the week. So I don't plan daily. I don't plan monthly, but I plan weekly. So that's what the planner is. And that's for the full year. At the beginning of that planner, there is, you know, kind of your little monthly calendar as well. So workbook, planner, and then the idea books are, let me grab these out. So there are 2 idea books. You have the original. This is all of our lists from 2020 to 2022. And then you have volume 2, which is all of our lists from 2023. So you better believe there's one coming for 2024 as well. We'll keep doing idea books as long as we're listing. So the idea books basically are taking, so let's look at this, for example, about last month. The idea books are taking our lists from, in this case, 20 to 2022. You have a photo of the list. You know when the list was made. You also have the link or the URL to the video when I made that list, and then you have a little timestamp. So if you're like, I want to see how Lael did this list, so you would go to that link, you would fast forward to the 39-minute mark where I am making that list. So that is all of our lists. Now, with the idea book, when you buy the printed idea book, you also automatically, as soon as you check out, receive an email with the digital version of that book. All right, so the digital version is exactly like this, right? Except that hyperlink, that link is a hyperlink. It is a hot link. So the digital version, you click that, you fast forward to minute 28, and then there I am making that. So just kind of your inspiration. It's pulled together all of the lists that we have done, 20 to 22, and then 2023. So that's the difference between those 3 things. Now that I've explained that, let me stop and scroll up, and the winner is Kelly's Creative Dreams. So Kelly's Creative Dreams, what's the prize? What should be the prize? Let's do the, so this is what I'm going to use next. Let's use the brand new Poe Alpha stamp set. Okay, so that's a 6x8 stamp set. And actually I will do, I'll do 2 of these. One will be the live giveaway that Kelly's Creative Dreams just won. And then the other one will be the after party. So you leave a comment on the video when it's over, and before we are listing again on Wednesday night, because we're listing again Wednesday night, November 13th, 2024. So before we start listing, then I will pick a winner that will also win that stamp. So Kelly, shoot me an email, laelbymail@gmail.com with subject line Poe Alpha winner. And then in the body of that email, include your name and address, and we will get that shipped off to you next week. So congratulations. Congratulations. All right. Stephanie said, adding some of your books to my Christmas list. Oh, I love it. Hey, very quickly, a little plug for the website. On the website, and this was a request from quite a few people, you can start a wish list on the website. So somewhere, I think up in the upper right-hand corner, now, I don't quite remember how to do this. You can start a wish list. Maybe I think there's a new button, I think, newer the last year, a button on every product page that you're on. You can say add to wish list. And then when you log in, you can see your wish list. But what's the best thing about that? You can send a link to the wish list to anyone. So if you have people in your life that are like, hey, you're so hard to shop for, what could I get you? And you're like, hey, here's a link to my wish list. And then they can shop for you. All right. Let's keep going. Our second list is childhood memories, favorite childhood memories. So now we'll kind of advance a little bit here because I did go back. We are right here, favorite childhood memories. So I am using the Forever Fields collection from Maggie Holmes. All right, so Forever Fields, and this is all the stuff that I had out a couple weeks ago. And now it's just been sitting off to the side, waiting to be used. So favorite childhood memories. So what I'm going to do, childhood memories, I am going to, instead of, I don't really need to say favorite. So I'm going to skip favorite and I will just say childhood memories. That'll make things a little bit easier. So I will use the uppercase, I will use the larger of Poe Alpha. When we look at this stamp set, you have lots of stamps, right? You have large upper and lowercase, and then you have small upper and lowercase. So kind of everything together to work with that stamp set together. I am going to do childhood. I want childhood to be large, and probably what I'll do is just do childhood memories, all large. All right, so on this guy, I do not believe that I am going to use any pattern paper. I think I'm going to do all of my work directly on the insert. Before I make that decision, there's one thing I need to check because we already said we're stamping. I'm going to be stamping my title over here. So these are things you need to think about when you are working in something that is hooked together, right? This is a book. I can't necessarily take a page out or add a page, even though we talked about how we could do that with adding another little piece under a piece that went here or a little Dutch door or whatever. This is why this is super important, that before I decide on my direction, if I'm going to stamp here, it's wise for me to go back to what I did last and make sure that stamping here is not going to affect what I've already done here. And in this case, it's not. I have a piece of pattern paper here, so I am not going to see anything that happens here. I will not see under here. And what I mean by that is any shadowing or ghosting. All right, so when you stamp, a couple of different things happen. Depending on the size of the stamp, how full the stamp is. So when I say how full, this is an example of what I would call a pretty full stamp. That bar is pretty full and solid. So the size of the stamp, it's a big stamp. The fullness, the area of the stamp that has a lot of area, surface area to it, and the color that you're using. Those three things combined can affect what happens to that page. Really, what happens to this piece of paper. So if I'm using a very solid stamp like that guy that has a large surface area that's a pretty darkish color, I am likely going to see some shadowing or ghosting on the back side of that. I'm not worried about that here because the back side is covered up. The quality of paper has a big part to do with that. If you have thin paper, your shadowing or ghosting is going to be much more noticeable than if you have a little bit of a heavier weight paper. My Traveler's Notebook inserts have a nice, very good quality, thicker paper. So it helps to reduce, won't necessarily eliminate. If you're using a big black square stamp right here, you're probably going to have some shadowing or ghosting on the other side. So this is very thin paper. And I want to just show you, let's see if we can find one. This is very thin paper that I use in my little test notebook, right? So larger surface area a little bit, right? Very solid. Yellow is a bit of a lighter color, so maybe you wouldn't expect to have any shadowing or ghosting there. But when we look at the back side of that, because very thin paper, you can see a little bit of shadowing or ghosting. I need to wait and see if you can see that through the camera, because I'm a little bit behind from what you guys see. So let's see if you can see that. Do you see a little bit of yellowish? Okay, let's look at it this way. This is a better way. Dark blue, right? Look at on this side. You can see how you can see that shadowing or ghosting from those letters, especially down there. So just things that you need to be aware of as you are stamping. But in both of those cases, I would not be good here, right? I wouldn't be good because thin paper, a lot of surface area, dark color. But here I'm not worried because right back there, it's covered up. Okay, Amy said, look for the red add to wish list bar below the add to cart button. There you go. That's easy. That makes it easy for you to add to wish list. Thank you, Karen. Karen said, shout out to Lael's Traveler's Notebook. Inserts the paper is great, right? Because guess what? I'm a user. I'm a user just like you guys. I use the product, and so I know what I want and what I don't want. So when I manufacture my own product, I keep those things in mind. All right. So I am going to, let's look at my little sketch, because I had the sketch from when we did it before. Here's my beautiful sketch. You guys didn't know what a talented artist I am, right? Did you know that I can just draw beautifully like that? Yeah. So I picked out a couple of things. So I think what I'm going to do, I think I might place these things first and then do my title and then make my list around all the things. I find if I know, especially if I'm using kind of a blank canvas where I'm not using pattern paper like this, that if I can add some of my pieces and then do my list around it, it makes it a little bit easier. So I wanted to do that there, that little guy there. This again is the Forever Fields collection from Maggie Holmes. I liked that little bow, but there was more than one bow. I remember that because I'm not sure if that's the bow that I wanted. Aha, I don't think it is because I think this is the bow that I wanted. Let's see how that would work there. Oh yes, much better, right? Same thing, they're both bows, but this one is a little bit more substantial than that guy. So you know what I'm gonna do? I am not going to hesitate. I'm just going to start putting these things down now. Because sometimes we spend so much time moving things around, trying to figure out what we think we want to do, that we've run out of time. And I'm not saying we've run out of time at all. What I'm saying is you only have so much time to craft, probably, right? I only have so much time to craft. And sometimes we get so paralyzed. We get paralyzed by product, trying to figure out what we want to use. And is this better than that? Or, oh my gosh, what do I have in the car, the trunk of my car that's been in there for 6 years that I've never unloaded? Oh, but wait, I saw something on that website that I might want to use instead. We're going to pick things and we're going to use them so that we have more crafting time to work on our projects, right? So I'm just going to pick things and use them, even though I've a little bit pre-selected. So that was a piece of vellum. That is a vellum die cut. Vellum, if you think a little bit cloudy, right? Whereas this is not cloudy at all. This is very solid. Clear would be like a piece of clear acetate, right? Kind of like, oh, that's downstairs. Can't show you that. Like a clear piece of acetate that you would maybe a little design, or solid. So vellum is clear. Lots of times when we work with vellum, people say, what kind of adhesive should I use? Because it's kind of a little bit cloudy, but am I going to see the adhesive coming through? That I just use that little tiny 1/8 inch tape runner, and you can't even see where I put that adhesive. So sometimes I'll use a glue dot. Small amount of adhesive works as well. All right, then I had this little highlights thing because this is kind of childhood, right? Ooh, now watch this. So in my little sketch here, obviously not to scale. The highlights piece is a little bit bigger than I have room for. So we'll see if that still happens. I also really liked that little girl, that silhouette of that little girl, because if this is a memory of my childhood, well, that's probably exactly what I looked like, right? Now, look at this. Watch this, friends. Here's my sketch interpretation of that piece. Is that funny? Yeah, or maybe it was this one. I don't know. Maybe it was that piece. It's probably that piece because there it is. But I'm such a good drawer, right? Aren't I? I should have another career. I should have another career as a sketch artist. All right, so that could go there. Well, I don't know. We'll have to see. I think actually this seems now a little bit too small because it's so heavy up there. If I put this down here, scale-wise, that just seems too small, right? So I think we'll go with this one. We'll just kind of put this one a little bit more over here. Oh, okay. So some of the pieces that I have out here are from the papery pack. So American Crafts does die cuts. They do stickers. They do lots of things. But they also have something called a papery pack. And the papery pack is pretty cool because it has thinner papers, right? That's a little bit thinner than a die cut. So thinner papers and thinner die cuts. And then they have stickers, washi stickers that are part of that papery pack. So look at on the back, that's a sticker. It is a washi sticker. So what it means by washi sticker, just like your washi is going to be a little bit like transparent or translucent, that washi sticker is going to be a little bit transparent or translucent. So when I put that down, you'll see, you can kind of see those little lines. You see my little lines from my insert peeking through there. But those papery packs are awesome because you get paper, and the paper, probably the largest piece of paper in there is probably a 4x6. You get paper and die cuts and stickers. So this would all be, this whole little thing is from that papery pack for Forever Field. So it has 200 pieces in it. 2 each of each one. So you have 120 lightweight papers, and then you have 80 of the washi stickers. So those go really, really far, right? That's a lot. All right, let's see what else we were thinking that we wanted to do here on my little sketch. I had a camera. Camera would be good. Camera, ooh, camera-wise, make sure we have enough room for the title, but I also don't want it to be kind of in line with that. So I will probably just put that little guy right there. And you see how I'm now starting to pull out? You can kind of see why maybe I started picking some of the things that I did. Black and pink, black and pink, black here, but we'll bring in a little bit more yellow. What else do I have? This Brighter Than Sunshine with a little, oh, our butterfly. Okay. Oh, so now I've got some larger pieces here. So, in my head, it looked like some things would work, and we might be a little bit large on some of these. So let's just see. There was a little Brighter Than Sunshine. I wonder where that went. Oh, maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll kind of layer those two together. That will give me a little bit more room. Again, I am using just that really thin 1/8 inch thick. It's still like my tape runner. It's still like that. It's just 1/8 inch thick. So I don't want, a whole lot. I really don't want it to show, right? Any of that adhesive. So there we go. Looks good. And that is vellum again. So you can see it's a little bit transparent. So you can see a little bit what's underneath it. I would really like to find that little word that I had. The piece that said Brighter Than Sunshine. Now, the fact that these have been sitting out since the 25th may be part of my little issue where I can't find that little guy anymore, right? Well, if we can't find it, it'll be okay. We'll just find something else to use. We'll just find something else to use. I know we were thinking maybe about this love piece, maybe coming over here somewhere. All right, Let me look in here because there are two, right? There are two pieces of everything. So let's see if there's a Brighter Than Sunshine in there. No clue, friends. No clue where I would have pulled that from. So, well, we're going to forget about Brighter Than Sunshine, I think, unless it came out of one of my little papers. Nope. Nope, nope. Let me pull this out and see what else that I might find in here. Well, maybe we'll pull in a little bit of the puffy stickers. These are the sticker book, and maybe these guys. We'll look at these stickers too. How about that? How about that? I don't even know what that looked like before. Isn't that funny? I couldn't even tell you what that little piece looked like. I just thought, oh, that'd be fun to use. And now I'm like stemming on it, aren't I? Now I'm just wishing I have it, whatever it is. I wouldn't know it. I wouldn't know it if it was. It bit me in the face right now. All right. Let's open this guy. Layla, we done a dumb thing that makes me happy. I keep thinking about things I'd add to my alphabetized spice drawer and what. How about this? How about if I add to our list silly things that make me happy? Our list of future lists, Karen, silly things that make me happy. And then if you wanted to change it, the title, you can. Silly things that make me happy. And then I always like to write your name next to that. So then when we get there, I can say, this was a suggestion from Karen Haynes. All right. Let's see what else we might add here. So I kind of need a little bit more yellow maybe. So it's something like that, really large, unless it's not quite the same yellow. So I'm going to say no to that guy. I had pulled out a little yellow flower a second ago. Let's see if we can find that guy. Oh, here it is. Okay, so I think I just want to have that floating out in no man's land by itself. And I'm trying to make it a little random, right? I don't want it right in line with there. I don't want it right in line with there. So that can be random-ish, right? That works. What if, hang on, let's pick that guy back up again. What if we took this little guy, get a little pink over here because we only have a teeny tiny bit of pink. If we did that. Did we do one? Kelly? Was from April. Did we do a silly things that make me happy in April? Okay, there we go. Now, oopsie. I didn't put any adhesive on that one yet. Now, the reason why I'm kind of starting from this point, it may seem a little odd that I've started from this point. I need to get a feel for the color palette as I figure out what color to use for my title as I'm stamping the title. So we're kind of a little bit closer now of knowing, even though I had kind of pre-selected some things, we're a little bit closer now to knowing. Somewhere in here, we could probably just pop something like that, right? Sure. So there's really no rhyme or reason. Things that I'm picking and where I'm placing them. I'm just trying not to place them other than that, like directly below each other or directly next to each other so that things are a little bit, separated. Like I don't really want to put this guy right here because then they're directly across from each other. So then, I don't know, we'll just maybe put that little guy right there. I think we're off to a good start. Probably a good idea now to start our title. April said, I love random lists like this, but I'm always afraid I'll use too much or won't have enough stuff to fill up all the space. So there is, let's look at something because there's one where, I think we did another one of these earlier this year, but I can't show it to you because I've already sent those lists off for photography. I'll look in the 2023 idea book in a second, see if it's here. There is one list like that we did, I know, Halloween, sometime between 2020 and 2023. So page 36, let's go to Halloween. This guy. So this was an example where I started placing stuff. So there's quite a lot of stuff that I have placed. Now, some of these things are a little bit more oriented towards the top and then down the edge of that page. But you just kind of go with it, right? You go with it, you write around things. But that's something kind of similar where we had done stuff that's a little bit kind of scattered. Let me look and see if, I can't recall if that list that we did was last year or this year. I know exactly what it looks like. It has a zebra on it. Let's just look. So I turned to the the This Is Me section of the 2023 idea. Oh, yep, there it is. So that was something similar, right? So I did my title on this one. This is Things I Can't Live Without along the left edge. And then I just started placing. Before I started writing, I just placed all of those things. So just kind of place, and then built my list around that. And here's the thing. You just put stuff down, and if it's not your favorite list ever, guess what? You turn the page, right? You turn the page, so it's okay. We don't have to love everything that we do. Sometimes I think we are afraid to start without having an end in mind, right? And if we are afraid to start, we want it to be perfect, we're not sure how it's going to work or look, that stops us from starting, right? One of the biggest questions one of the biggest questions I get asked from people that say, hey, I'm really intrigued by this whole creative listing thing. I don't know where to start. And I say, well, what do you mean? Just start. And they're like, but I don't know. Like when I start my insert, like which list do I start with? And I'm like, pick one, just pick one. And I do realize that that sounds a little odd because people look at me like, well, that didn't help at all. Glad I asked you that question. But we're so worried about doing it the right way, even though there really isn't a right way. We're so worried about doing it a right way that sometimes that prevents us from doing it at all, right? So play, right? All of this is play. If you think about that, I've been using pieces from that paper repack, there's 200 pieces in there. So and 2 of each piece, right? So if I use something, I'm like, I love this, but then later I'm like, well, I didn't really love it on that list. Then guess what? I have another one to work with later. Don't let being afraid of doing it wrong or doing it different stop you from doing it, okay? I think what I'd like to do now is I have this little flower. If I put this flower here, I need to be thinking about the placement of this flower. I need to make sure that my childhood memories will fit over here. So I think we'll make it work. This piece, I am going to have it be mostly on one side, but then it is going to bleed over into that other side. So all I need to do, well, all I'm going to do is just do this. We'll just cut it. I'll need to move it a little bit because it's not quite even. Have it bleed from one page to the next. So if you are like worried about things looking disjointed, this is a trick. I need to replace that. This is a trick to add a little bit of continuity. Now I have something that spans both pages, but I need to get a little bit closer to that edge. A little bit closer to the inside edge. That's another trick. If you have something that's really large, since we're working in a little bit of a smaller space, right? We're working in basically an 8 by 10, 8.25 by 10, so smaller space than a lot of us are used to working with, and you have maybe a larger die cut or a larger sticker that you want to use, but you feel like it's too big to go somewhere, you can do something like that. Or I could do something like this with this flower. I could just have it be partially off the page. So I'm only using part of it. All right. So you can still use your big things, still use your big pieces. April said, we totally are pointing the finger at me because I don't want to waste my precious, right? Oh, Nancy said she loves scattered layouts. Great way to use up pieces from different collections. That's another point, right? Especially, let's say you were a fan of Maggie Holmes. So that's the designer with this collection, Maggie Holmes. Maggie is a very distinct style. And so from one collection to the next, that style still exists across each of the collections. So you could totally start pulling pieces from another collections. But what Nancy's saying, even if it's other manufacturers, so I could pull in Simple Stories products and work it in here as long as I'm finding some commonality. Usually it's kind of like color, right? If we can find color that exists, and a little bit in style, right? I might not want to use something that is maybe that Kelly Bangs creates, because her style would be a little bit different than this. I might be able to find things that would work, but you could totally just, pull out all your stuff and just start grabbing things that speak to you. Sometimes I know what some people will do is put little kits together. So maybe you feel like you want to be creative, or maybe on a Saturday like today, you want to hang out, but you don't really want to create anything. Start pulling out your different product and put little mini kits together. So get a little baggie or get a little pouch like that. And if this bunny rabbit speaks to you, put it in the pouch. Start figuring out things that speak to you, and they'll start to, some kind of theme is going to start to emerge. So maybe you're like, oh, well, this works. And look I can use that with it because it's kind of the same color palette. Oh, look, I could use this with it because it totally kind of has the same color palette with it. Before long, you have started to pick things that now can all go together. And these are all within the same collection, but you can do that across collections too. So when you sit down, maybe you don't have a lot of time to work on something. When you sit down, pull out one of your little packs where you've kind of preloaded things that are all together, ready to go, and then you're off and running, right? We've done a lot of chit chat today about different things like that. Debbie, hi Debbie. Michelle Hill says hi from Whimsy Weekend. Are you there? That's so fun. One of these days I want to come to that and just play. I need to talk to Michelle about that. I want to come and sit. I want to come and be one of you guys. I think that would be so much fun to do. So hope you have a great weekend, and tell her hello. Let's see. Progress is better than perfect. Absolutely, Carrie, right? Right. Kelly said my listing Traveler's Notebook is going to be for me play day, not connected to my blog, channel, challenges, etc. Just to play. And guess what? That's really what all my Traveler's Notebooks are. This is all just play, right? That's what we do here on a Saturday. I just play. I work with all kinds of different products. Some of my lists I like much better than others. Some of the things I do, I'm like, ugh, like horrible. I will tell you, I can already tell you which one. It was the Super Bowl snacks layout that we did during the pandemic. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. But you know what? I just have to pull it out because when would that even have been? I know. It's under food. It's under the food chapter. Chapter 15, page 65. I will just show you because this will go to show you. You do not have to like everything that you do. Here it is. Don't laugh. Okay, don't laugh. I don't like it. Super Bowl snacks. Oh, there were technical difficulties, so I'm sorry you can't even go and watch that because the video doesn't exist anymore. But look at that. I don't like it. I hate it. I found a little football that I printed out from the internet from the two teams playing on the Super Bowl back in 2020. So guess what? You don't have to like everything you do. It may not be your most favorite thing of all time, but guess what? For me, it is the release that I get from playing. And a lot of us are like that, right? We love to play with pretty things. We love to get out our stickers and our stamps and our die cuts and just play. You don't even need to be really making anything. And I think for some people, a list is, you kind of feel like it's okay to play because you're doing something, you're making a list, but just get your stuff out and play, right? Lord knows, with the roller coasters in the world these days, We need to have very good quality playtime. And that's what all of this is, right? All of your crafting should be playtime. There should be no pressure, no pressure, unless you're doing a Super Bowl snacks layout and then, you know, whatever. Let's see. Hi, Jen. Nice to see you. Oh, Amy. See, that Amy knows something. So guess what she just told us? Earlier, we were looking at the highlighter tape, right? We were looking at the highlighter tape that we use to kind of group all of our die cuts together to make them one. What Amy just suggested, if you're nervous about placing your ephemera, your die cuts on the page, use your highlighter tape, because then you're just putting the tape on and kind of moving things down, putting things down, moving them around as you need. That's a great suggestion for that as well. All right, let's get our title running here. Hopefully I've left myself enough room for title. So I'm using Poe Alpha. This is one of the new stamps in the November stamp release. It is a 6x8 stamp set, 2 sizes, both upper and lower case. So sometimes, what am I doing here? Oh, I know why that's struggling to come out. I was using this for a little demo I did the other day. I was preparing for the event, the virtual event, and I lost the back. It was a mess in here, I tell you what. I lost the back protector sheet to the stamp, and then I put it away, and I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have put that back in. So bear with me for a second while I just loosen up that seal that is now between the stamp sticking to the stamp sleeve. Oh, come on. That's why that little plastic backing is important, that you don't lose it. And in a minute, you know what I'm gonna do? I am going to, oh, almost there. They are really, it's really stuck. Because you know it's just plastic. Okay, there we go. Wow. Note to self, Lael, before you put that away, find your plastic. Okay, plastic, what I mean is that little piece behind. So I think what I might use, as I'm thinking about colors here, I will be using a lot of black, right? All of my writing will be in black. So I would normally tend to head this direction, right? You know I like yellow, but I think that'll be a little bit harder to see. What if we stamp light blue with our title? I think that might be nice. Maybe tumbled glass. Let's see here. I'm thinking maybe tumbled glass. Oh, speckled egg. Speckled egg. I think tumbled glass is going to be way too blue. Yeah, I think we want to go with speckled egg. Speckled egg is just a little bit more subtle, right? So speckled egg, if I stamp my title as speckled egg, I think that is what I'm going to do. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Hydration break, friends. So if you haven't had anything to drink lately, take something to drink right now. Jen Kaminsky is also at Whimsy Weekend. I love it. That is so much fun. Yeah, I'm going to reach out to Michelle. I want to just come play. It always looks so fun. I don't get enough play in my life. Well, I shouldn't say that. Some of you look at my life and go, are you freaking kidding me? Let me have another sip. I got to get that sugar caffeine in there so my headache stays away. Okay. Oh, I don't even know what I was going to say. I was going to chit chat about something, but not important. Okay. Let's take, I am going to use this size. I'm going to do everything in lowercase. So I'm looking now to right size my stamping block, right? When we talked about right sizing stamping block, you want a stamping block that is fairly close to the size of your stamp. So I'm using one of the two stamping blocks that come in the set. So that is a set of stamping blocks that I have on the website for some of our smaller stamps. Alrighty. Now, the reason I pulled out a smaller stamping block, I'm writing a word, childhood, right? I'm writing childhood memories. There's two ways to do that. I can take one large stamping block and stamp out childhood all in one stamp, or I can do each of those letters individually. And for me, it's purely a style preference. Anytime I am spelling something, generally I do one letter at a time because I like to control the placement. I like to control how close each of those letters gets together. And with all of your stamps, there's a little buffer around each of the letters. And this is with any alphabet stamp, any stamp really. There's a little buffer around all the letters that will prevent you possibly from getting them as close together as you want. So I like to single stamp letters. You do whatever you want. That is one of the reasons why I think maybe it helps to play with your products, right? You get a new stamp set, you don't even need to be working on a project. You can just kind of play and see, do you like the way it looks all stamped together? Do you want to stamp all the letters individually? What do you want to do? Not even on a project, you're just kind of playing. All right. Usually you will see me work in my little test notebook on the right-hand side. It's just a little bit easier because it's flat as opposed to what was behind it, right? All right, so are we going to like that color? I think we're going to like it, oh, beautifully. It's going to be great. Now, something I need to think about. I may want to stamp backwards. I know I will have plenty of room. I can see I will have plenty of room. This is one of the downsides, so hang on. This is one of the downsides about stamping single letters, right? I don't necessarily know how much room I need. So let's think about this for a second. Let's write out the word childhood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm about halfway there. I'm about halfway there, assuming that all of the letters are evenly spaced. So let's take a look. CH, like the widths are pretty much even. CH, now obviously I isn't. L's aren't going to be either. DHOOD. So really, those two are thin and everything else is wider. So maybe I'll be okay if my half is about there. So if I figure out the space that I have, right, just planning, right, we're just planning ahead of time. If we figure out the space that we have, and if we want to, probably right about up here. So get my pencil out. I think we'd probably like to be maybe around between here and maybe here, right, for childhood, and then memories will go below. So can I have it all fit? CHILDOD. I bet I'm pretty close. So I'm not going to start in the middle. I'm not going to start at the end. I'm just going to start at the beginning of the word and start stamping. And then if it works, it works. And if it's not quite where I want it to be, that's okay. Cut a piece of plastic to back that. Oh, Kelly, I know what you mean. On the back of this. It's here somewhere. It's here somewhere. I just don't know where it is. It's clear, so it's probably on the ground or something. Let's see. I missed something. I don't know. I've missed some things, guys. So if I miss something, I'm just going to continue. If I miss something, if you typed in the chat, just type it again, and then I will watch for it. All right. So I do need my, I do want to pull out for my stamping my pencil board, right? Because here I have a couple of layers and I don't want them to get in the way of my little title. So that pencil board, you'll notice it has grid marks on it. The grid marks are there, so it can also serve as a stamping block. All right, it can also serve as a stamping block. If you needed a large stamping block and you didn't have a large, a block large enough. So those little grids. Now they come, that's not how they come. That I have used acrylic paint to just paint in all of those etched marks. They just come clear, but it's a little bit easier to have a color back there so you can see. All right, let's get this going now. We need to have my little cleaner offer, my little stamp chamois. We'll put that there, put that out of the way, and we'll do these just one at a time pretty quickly. See? H, and I'll just stamp this little guy right over here so we can double check. I won't each time go to my little test book, just working in my little workbook over there. C, H. I love this font. It's kind of your little like typewriter font. How you might use the smaller ones, the little smaller letters. So let's say I wanted to title this list Favorite Childhood Memories, but I didn't want to take up a third of the page for my title. And I didn't necessarily need to focus on the word favorite. I wanted to focus more on childhood memories. I could use the little letters to spell favorite above it. Or sometimes you just don't have a lot of room. You're stamping on something very small and you need small. Like when we cut this guy up, when we cut that label up, if I had a bigger word, I could use one of those little stamps, those little letters, to spell the word. C-H-I. Now, part of what I like about these little stamps, the letters, is that it can be, they don't have to be straight. And that's what the look I'm kind of going for with this. You'll notice it's not quite, I'm not straight. That one's a little skiwampus. Skiwampus is okay, right? It's art. It's okay for things to be skiwampus. You want people to know you made it, right? If everything's perfect, then it looks like it's AI generated. Childhood. Oh, I didn't even test that one ahead of time. Oh, I know what I was saying. Thank you, Kelly. It's not play when you're doing it for your job, right? Which, you know, there are some, I talk about this sometimes. When this for me is play, right? This is not business. Well, it you know, obviously it leads back to my business. But this for me is play. There's no pressure. There is no pressure. You guys haven't paid anything to be here, right? There's no pressure that I need to perform, although, you know, I don't want to be a fool and do something weird. But when I am forced to design, I know that sounds kind of weird. You're like, what do you mean forced to design? You would probably have the best job in the world. You can create all the time. But when you have to design on demand, sometimes that's hard, right? Childhood. And it's not necessarily, there's a lot more pressure associated with that. So when I sit down to design maybe a new project or a new stamp set, sometimes that is a little bit of an effort. Well, it should be a little bit of an effort. I shouldn't say sometimes it is. It's always an effort. But sometimes it has to be forced, because if I'm not feeling it, but there's a deadline, oh, well, you better feel it. You better make something happen, sister, because you got to get it done. I don't know. You guys are getting the results of migraine hangover today. I don't have a hangover because of alcohol. It's migraine hangover. And sometimes that just makes me a little loopy. All right, childhood. But see how also I can control the placement, how close the letters are together. Now, if I really wanted those to be straight, I could have dropped it down a little bit and used the line on the Traveler's Notebook as my guide. But I'm not concerned about that. All righty, we almost have our first part of our title done. Childhood. Childhood. All right, and it kind of works whimsical, kind of not necessarily all lined up because of what it is, childhood memories. All right, childhood and then memories. So much easier. Again, when we and I don't know, I can't stress this enough probably. Memories. We better MEMORIES, 9. So my M's are a little bit wider. We'll just start a little bit more over here. It'll be okay. I don't know. I just totally lost my train of thought. Totally lost my train of thought. Good thing you guys aren't paying for any of this. You'd be like, oh my gosh, you are a hot, well, you're probably still thinking I'm a hot mess, but today a little bit more so than normal. Yeah. All right. We're good. We're good. I keep having a train of thought and then it totally escapes me. I'm like, oh, and then it's gone. Then it's gone. Marilee said, I'm loving this alpha stamp set. Yes, me too. This is actually, you guys, what's fun about this one? This one's been done for a long time. It's been done probably for 3 or 4 months, and I had my production samples of it probably for about 3 or 4 months. It's just sometimes it's just not, there's other things planned, right, that need to come first. So I was very excited about this one. This one, if you don't know, all of my alpha stamp sets, with the exception of the first one, are named after pets in my life. Poe is the last cat that we had before we have Sam's cat, Reggie. Poe was a big gray cat. Gray and white cat. Some of you know Poe. You feel like you know Poe because you saw him quite a bit during the pandemic. Reggie, there's a Reggie Alpha. It's funny, Reggie Alpha came about before we ever had Reggie. Obviously, Sam had Reggie, but before we kind of adopted Reggie. I'm trying to think. Poe, Reggie. Oh, Olive Alpha. Olive is Jack and his fiance. One of their cats is named Olive. I'm trying to think now what the other ones are because there are a number of alphas. The very first alpha that we did was Willie. And Willie was named when I was in Hawaii. Amy and I were on the phone working on the Willie stamp set. And I'm like, oh my gosh, we need a name for this stamp set. And I'm in my hotel room and I'm looking out the window and I saw a whale, like breaching out of the water. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's it. Willie, like Free Willy. Memories. All right, we're just about done with our title. So here's the thing when it comes to alpha stamps. They're good and they're bad, right? I shouldn't say good. There's positives and not so positives about them. Positives. You will never run out of a letter as long as you don't lose it. So when it comes to alpha stickers, sometimes you get to the end of the sticker sheet and you're out of E's, you're out of S's, you have those weird letters that you don't really use too often in words like X's and Q's and things like that. So with alpha stamp set, you never run out of letters. Also with an alpha stamp set, you always have the color you need because you have the ink, right? You're not worried about, oh shoot, I don't have any more black alpha stickers because you can make the color whatever you need to color. One of the downsides is it just takes a little bit longer, right? I would have had that title done much sooner if I had just slapped some letter stickers on there. All right, so there we go. That is the Poe Alpha Stamp Set, Childhood Memories. Love that. And then it's just kind of pulled in the blue. Now, oftentimes, let's put that aside. Let's not try to put that back in its package yet. You will see me, if I'm getting ready to do a lot of writing, I will draw a little black line just to kind of a little differentiator to separate the title from all the writing I'm about to do, right? And that's where my little ruler comes in handy. There we go, childhood memories. What was I, there was something I was just going to say. Oh, so clearly no photos on this list, right? There are no photos on this list. So I would say maybe 25% of my lists have photos and probably the other percent don't have them. And I take photos, right? I've been a scrapbooker for 27 years, memory keeper, whatever you want to call it. I take a lot of photos. But sometimes you want to do some documenting and you may not have a photo, right? Sometimes if we don't have a photo, that stops us from documenting, and it never should, right? So in this case, I'm not including any photos, and that's okay. It's okay to do your documenting, your scrapbooking, your memory keeping without a photo. No photos, that's okay. All right, so my favorite childhood memories. Okay, favorite childhood memories. I do need some kind of, there are probably not enough of these in here, but I could use some of these as little spacers or adding little extra things. I do need a bullet stamp because this is going to be, I'm just basically writing, right? I'm just basically writing. So I do need a bullet stamp. Similar to that, where I'm just writing, writing, writing. So I need something to visually separate each of the things on my big long list here. So we'll keep it pretty simple, but I do like, I think I want to continue to incorporate that color, that speckled egg. So let's pull out our bullet stamps. Do we have any out here? Nope. Let me grab them from behind. Oh, that didn't sound right. All of my stamps are in drawers behind me. So when I said that, that's what I meant. All right, let's see what we'd like to use. So 3 sets of bullet stamps. Bullets and More were the original. Bullets and More 2, and then Bullets and More 3. I would say when people say, if I want to start listing and I want to start getting a couple of stamps, what should I get? This is my recommendation, would be to get Bullets and More 2. So if you want to do a lot of listing where you are separating things with some kind of icon, Bullets and More 2. That's probably my most used stamp set. Bullets and More was the first one. It's pretty basic, right? So most of the time I'm looking for something that is a little less basic, but still good, that also has numbers. Bullets and More 2, lots and lots and lots of themes there. Bullets and More 3, I would say still good, but it's just newer, so I haven't used it as much. But let's look and see, what would we like to use? So we have there's so many things: cassette tapes, icons, squirrels, flowers, tons of different flowers. I think we'll just go with something super basic. Something super basic. Let's look. Maybe, I think I might go with, I'm going to Bullets and More, the original, and I'm going with this little guy. This one. Just that little guy. They're sized, all the bullet stamps are sized to be used in a traveler's notebook. That's not to say you couldn't use it for something else. Oh, Terry, let's do it. Terry said heart. Let's do heart. Let's switch it up. That's a good idea. We'll do a heart. We'll do a heart. We can always change our mind. Grab that little heart. Now, we talk about right sizing. We talk about right sizing our stamping block. The bullet stamps are teeny. Look how teeny that is. The bullet stamps are teeny. So you're like, okay, Lael, well, if that's my smallest stamping block, does that work? And I say it does. It's still teeny. The smaller the stamp on a larger block, a little bit harder it is to control, right? So you get a nice even impression. That's where another stamping block comes into play, but it's not a stamping block, it's a stamping stylus. So that's one of my products. It is a long cylindrical stamping block that is much easier to handle when you're working with a little teeny tiny stamp, right? So there we go. We put it on the end, and now look how easy, because my hand is familiar with this, right? Look at, my hand is familiar with doing something like that. Same or similar length and circumference. So makes it a little tiny stamp like that much easier to handle. Much, 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 much. So I'll just show you over here. I bring this in. Actually, I need to replace this guy. There is a direction to this stamp, right? The heart has a direction to it. So I am placing it on that end of that stylus in relation to the label that's on the stylus. So there is a clear label. Hang on, almost. Are we good? Maybe. Let's see. There's a clear label that is on your stylus, and that label is there for reference. It's hard for me to tell where to hold, how to hold, where to put the stamp so it's always in the same kind of orientation or direction at the same time, unless I'm paying attention to how I place the stamp in relation to that label. So once I know that that stamp is going the direction I want, compared to the label, as I'm stamping, I'm just making sure my label is in the same place every time. All right, so here we go. And that's how easy it is to do my little bullet stamps with that little stylus. Okay, favorite childhood memories. So, what are some of your favorite childhood memories? Tell me. Hello, Cece. I love your name, Cece. Cece Ferrier? Cece. I love that name, Cece. All right, there's my first little bullet for my first childhood not my first childhood memory. And these are in no particular order at all. Okay. They're just as I was making my list over here, right? Because this is where I make my list ahead of time in the workbook. As I just started making lists. So, oh, that reminds me of something. I just looked at my little list over there. I need another stamp. And I need to remember this stamp or else I will forget to use it on here. Oh, here we go. All smiles. All smiles. Where I wanted to use Once Upon a Time. Where is it? Is it on here? Where is once? Oh, here's the story. Oh my gosh. Oh, friends, help me, please. Help me today. Help me today. Help me today. It is only not even 1 o'clock my time. My back is to you while I'm finding this stamp. It is only not even 1 o'clock today, and I feel like it's been like a 20-hour day already, right? Okay, now here we go. Here we go. Once Upon a Time. I thought Once Upon a Time might be kind of a fun stamp to use on here. So we better get that one in here before we get too far down the path. Here's the story. It's a fun one. Oh, I know what you want to sing. Who wants to sing a song with me? I won't sing it. But as soon as I say, here's a story, this one's called Here's the Story. But here's the story. What does that make us think of when we say, here's the story? How do we finish that? I'm not a singer, so I won't sing it. They were on the Today Show earlier this week, a few of them. A few of the people from that TV show. All right, Once Upon a Time, where should we put that? Maybe we should put it right here because it won't really fit much in kind of anywhere else, right? Let's do it there, Once Upon a Time. And I think I will also do it in the speckled egg because if I do it in black, it might get kind of lost as I'm writing. So, stamping block. I think it's too big for that one. Yep. What about, that's the one it's going to be. Yes, the Brady Bunch. Debbie, you saw them on the Today Show. Debbie saw them. They still look good. Yeah, you know what? And I think this is unfortunately how it works. I think that Peter and Bobby aged better than Jan. No, not Bobby. Peter and Greg aged better than Jan. And that's sometimes just a male thing, right? Of a lovely lady. I haven't found Me TV yet. Marilee, I remember we talked about that before. I haven't even looked for it yet. Bobby Brady. Bobby Brady. I think his name is Greg Lukenland, maybe. He went to the University of Utah when I was there. I did not know him, but he went to the University of Utah. All right, so let's just check it out. Once Upon a Time. Do we like it? Oh, yes, that'll be super cute there. And where did we say that was going to go? We said it was going to go over here because it really won't fit into any other places. Once Upon a Time. Oh, let's put it under the butterfly. Why not? Tracy, Mike Lukenland. Yes. One of Tracy's favorite childhood memories was sledding down the neighbor's backyard hill. Mike makes amazing furniture, if I remember correctly. Mike. Greg. I think Mike. Mike Lukenland? I don't know. I'm totally confused now. I don't remember what I said. Oh, friends. I need help today. Oh, okay. Let's talk about what's happening here. About what just happened here. When you're working in a traveler's notebook, this will actually make it a little bit easier to do this thread. When you're working in a traveler's notebook, the more you get in your notebook, the more strain starts to happen in your center. So your little staples can only hold so much. They can only hold so much. So what just happened there, that is the center. That was the center. So my little pages came out of the staples. And we did nothing wrong. That's just what will happen. It happens more and more the deeper you get into your insert. So when I am done with an insert, I just kind of roll with it when that happens. When I'm done with an insert, I completely take it apart. I deconstruct it and then I reconstruct it. So this would be an example where I have deconstructed. That's the back side, where I took the top off and then came back in and stitched it back together. So that's what just happened there. If you're like, oh my gosh, what happened? What was that? All right, Once Upon a Time is going to go right about there. We'll put that under that cute little butterfly. And the other thing that Once Upon a Time kind of works, right? It kind of sounds like a little fairy tale. Not that my childhood was a fairy tale necessarily, but it kind of works. Now, we should see if maybe there's another one that we want to use somewhere else from that same stamp set that might work. Let's look. Here's the story. Captured all the feels. Hey, all the feels would work, and all the feels is in the same stamp, is in the same font. So let's do that. Once Upon a Time and all the feels. And all the feels works because, right, it could be maybe you're talking about any childhood memories or some childhood memories maybe that you'd like to forget. All the feels can work with that too, right? For sure. Now, that guy's too big. So let's go to another smaller stamping block. Let's right size. That right size term, this is kind of interesting. Nick and I built a home. Well, we didn't build it, right? We had it built 6 years ago, 6.5 years ago. Much smaller neighborhood, much smaller home than the one that we lived in prior. The boys were, well on their way to college and life, and we thought we want to downsize. And so as we were talking with the builder in this brand new neighborhood that we were kind of building in, very quickly they were changing the terminology. And I think they were changing the terminology of all of the clients they were talking to. Not downsize, but right size, right? You're just right sizing for your life. So that's what we're doing. We're right sizing our stamping blocks. We are right sizing. All the feels. Okay, look, it's coming along. It is coming along. Now it's about time to make a list, I think. Crafty Karen, yes. In fact, Amy, if you're still here, there is a video here on my YouTube channel about binding your traveler's notebook. So kind of as I deconstruct, I show you how I deconstruct, and then I show you how I reconstruct and sew them back together. Super easy. But they just get so big and chunky. And this is a case where big and chunky is good, but they'll just burst from the seams, right? Okay, now we are ready to, we did our first little heart. Our poor first little heart is up there all by itself. And I know what I'm already going to wish that I had done. I'm going to wish that I had started on the next line. But that's all right. All right, favorite childhood memories. Again, in no particular order. In no particular order. I grew up in Park City. I grew up in Park City, Utah. 4th grade on. Prior to that, my dad was in the Navy, so we were everywhere and nowhere all at the same time. So 4th grade through high school, the ski resort that was near where I lived, you could go night skiing. And so I would go night skiing often with all of my friends, and we had lots of fun doing that. So that would be the first one. Night skiing with my friends in Park City and playing Catch the Orange. So we would get off the ski lift and you would get to the part where it was the top of the hill where you could ski down, and someone would have an orange, like a real orange, and you would roll it. And now it's rolling down the ski hill and you played Catch the Orange. So you'd kind of try to ski and get the orange and then stop, and everybody would stop, and then you do it again. So just, fun little childhood memory. Another one was when we lived in Texas. when we lived in Texas and there was a flood. And, oh, I have a little bit of extra adhesive right there I need to grab up. Our entire cul-de-sac filled up with water. The entire cul-de-sac. And so we swam in it. We're little kids and we just went swimming literally in the circle, in the cul-de-sac. I have lots of memories about that. There was a flood and our cul-de-sac. Okay. Cul-de-sac. I think cul-de-sac filled up entirely with water and we swam in it and had the best time. I just remember that. That was so much fun. Swimming in the circle. You're a little kid and you're like, oh my goodness, I'm swimming in our neighborhood circle, right? Because it flooded. Tracy said, isn't it amazing the things we did that we would never let our kids do now? Oh, are you kidding? I'd be like, you are not going to swim in the circle. There's probably alligators and spiders and rats and I don't know, who knows what's in the flood water, right? But back then was a different time, wasn't it? That was, let's see, I was born in 68, so that was probably 76 or 77, I think, right? Oh my gosh, yes. All right. What part of Texas? April, a town called Kingsville. That's actually where I was born. Kingsville is very south, very, very, very south. Way down in the tip, there is a naval base there. And so I was born there. We lived there for 3 months and then we moved back second, third, and fourth grade and then moved away again. So yes. Crafty Karen in South Dakota, we went out 2-story window to slide down a snowdrift until my mom caught us, right? Oh my goodness, that is crazy. That is crazy. All right, next up. What is next up on my fun memories list? Let's see. Now, and here, as a child, that was fun for me. Well, I'm sure my parents and I'm sure everyone else in the whole city was panicking because if there's a flood that is that prolific that the whole circle filled up with water and kids could swim in it, probably lots of other damage happening, right? Probably lots of other damage happening. All right, next up on my list, also Texas, also Texas. Oh, I've got a little bit up here. We'll leave that. So when we lived in Texas, also again Texas, we would go to Padre Island near Corpus Christi, Padre Island, to the beach. And at night, go shrimping and crabbing. So you would have giant nets, and we would go with, I would say, with the other Navy families. With the other Navy families. So you would have large nets, like huge nets, and you'd put people on each side and you'd wade into the water and then you would come back and then wade towards the shore and you've now trapped, I guess, a lot of shrimp and crab in the nets. And then on the shore, you'd have the big giant like rubber garbage cans and you would just put shrimp and crab and shrimp and crab. And it was just so much fun. It's just one of those memories that, you know, you have certain things that stick out in your mind, and that one sticks out in my mind. I should actually ask my mom about some of these things because it would be interesting to get, there are certain parts of that I remember, but it'd be interesting to get like her perspective as an adult, you know, through some of these things, right? The flood and the crabbing and the shrimping. Staying out all day. Outside, right? You stay out all day outside and play. And not come home until it was dark. Again, going back to the things that we did as children, that as parents we'd be like, are you kidding me? You know, our parents didn't worry about us. It was a different time, and you could just go out and play all day, right? April, I love that, April. April said, Lael, have you ever thought of doing a listing book of your husband's responses so that your boys have this kind of history for both of you? That is a fantastic idea. Fantastic idea. We kind of have to figure out maybe lists with other people's voices. Really what I would like to do is have him do it, but I know there's no chance of that. We've done a couple of lists in the past where we have attempted to get other people's voices in our lists. It was actually not too far from this same time of year, a couple of years ago. It was between, I think fall. So chapter 33, let's look. It was, where is it? It had to do with gratitude. Family, maybe. Let's look at 54. Documenting what we were grateful for. Oh, there we go. What we're thankful for. So November 26th of 2022. So we actually have this on our list again today, our list of lists. But in this case, I gave, if you were with me on that, I gave Jack and his girlfriend Kat, they were in town, and then Nick, I gave everybody the same size little piece of white cardstock to write on themselves on what they were thankful for or grateful for. And then I added those to the list. So when we were listing, I started out, I got everything done, I put my card down, and then I gave them their cards, and then they added later. So but I'm going to think about that some more. I'm going to think about that some more, April, because I really like the thought of that. I just have to figure out how to make, how to do that. I'm just going to write this. Nick, list, answers. That will help remind me. That might be a really good article for the next idea book, to talk a little bit about that. I like that idea. I think that's super fun. I'm going to figure that out. If you have any ideas, any of you have any ideas on kind of how we could put a little bit of structure around that, shoot me an email. Denise said interview the other people and document the responses, and you make the page for grandbabies, kiddos, spouses, significant others, etc. It's fun. We talk about what we're doing. In a lot of our lists, they're time capsules, right? A lot of times we are creating time capsules. And we talked about this actually quite a bit during the pandemic when we were spending a lot of time kind of in closed areas with the same people, of taking some of these topics, right? Taking a topic of childhood memories and sitting around the dinner table and saying, so, Nick, what were some of your favorite childhood memories? Jack, what were some of your favorite childhood memories or your favorite TV shows as a kid, as we kind of talk about different listing prompts? So yeah, there's definitely ways that we could try to involve, our family or friends in doing things like this. So I'm gonna think about that some more and figure out how we could kind of put a little bit of structure around it, maybe, right? Because I love the idea of that. I think that would be a lot of fun. All right. In fact, I think, and Nancy Mars, if you're still here, I think Nancy, if I remember, so Nancy has taken the prompt that we've done a number of times, the All About Me, and done that for her grandkids. So she would either interview her grandkids, or she's not interviewing her grandkids. She's doing an All About Me of a particular grandchild and kind of talking about how old they are and what they're interested in and kind of those different stage of where they are. And then kind of doing that every year and comparing how they stay the same and how they change. All right, good discussions. I love that. I love that when we start, thinking about how we can take what we've been doing and then expand it a little bit. My grandmother, learning how to play Spite and Malice. That's a card game with Grandma. I learned so many how to play so many games from her. She instilled that love in me. I love to play games. Love for games in me. And as I'm writing these, I don't have all this written down over here. All of that I wrote over here, I have written down playing Spite and Malice with Grandma. So my little things over here are just to help me remember really kind of what I want to write. And I'm not worried about really how that sounds, because again, if you're so worried about what you're writing, I mean, we want to be worried about what we're writing, not necessarily how we're writing it. If you are afraid that you're not a good writer and that is going to prevent you from doing something like this, get that out of your head, because doing something like this is important, right? It doesn't matter what you write, matters, not how you write it. Okay, if that makes sense. So I don't pre-plan any of this, but other than, I know what the generic thing is, but, if though that makes you a little bit more worried and you're not really comfortable with just writing on the fly, then think about it ahead of time and write it down and then transfer it. All right. What else? Denise said, my 87-year-old mom talks endlessly about events in her life, but will not write them. So at times I write them down so I can pass them on to my younger siblings. She's the eldest of 3. That is great. I love that, Denise, right? Here's the thing that with people, well, I shouldn't even say older people. This is with all of us. We're not going to be around forever. And most of us don't have a clue when that expiration date is, right? We don't know when we will no longer be around. So it's our responsibility to do this. It's our responsibility to tell our story. And Denise's mom is verbally telling her story, and sometimes Denise is writing that down. But really, we should be telling our story. And that is what this is all about. When we do our creative listing, we're telling a story, and it's just kind of a fun way of doing it because we're getting out the crafty things that we love to play with and play. All right. Going to Disneyland with Papa and having him dole out the ride tickets from the ticket book. Some of you know exactly what I mean there. Ride tickets from the ticket book. Disneyland, way back in the day. We talk about this a little bit. And the e-tickets, the coveted e-tickets. The e-tickets were the tickets that were for like the really good rides. And those were always gone first, right? You always wanted to go the really good rides first. And then you'd have like the A-ticket rides left, or the A-tickets left. And then the A-ticket rides are like the train. I mean, still fun, but you're a little kid. You want to do the big things. Okay. Going on summer vacations. I guess going on road trips for summer vacation in our van. My parents had a van, and in the back it had bench seating and a little table, and you could take out the table and put plywood down and have sleeping bags, and lots of fun memories about that, right? Road trips in the van. Growing up in Park City, and having so much snow that they canceled school for a snow day. I loved it when I loved it when there were snow days. But back then, you just had to watch the TV. You watch the TV and you're like sitting at rapt attention at the TV at 6 a.m., waiting for the name of your school to go across the little ticker tape at the bottom, right? Because back then technology wasn't quite what it is today, where they couldn't send out a blast text or you couldn't Google, is there snow today? But I loved it when there were snow days. Senior Slough Day. Senior Slough Day in high school. It's the very end of senior year. There's a formal senior Slough Day where all seniors skip school. Senior Slough Day in high school, and going up to Bear Lake. I had a very small high school in Park City. There were 69 people in my graduating class. So there were some things that we could do like that were much easier to do when you have, much smaller class. I know many of you are with me on this. Sitting in front of the radio for hours on end, waiting to record my favorite song, right? And then we'd get so frustrated because the DJ would then be talking over the intro. You're like, stop. And you had your little boombox and you're like, your fingers are like ready. They're like record and play or whatever you'd press. And you'd be like, okay, it's on. And you'd press it. And then the DJ would be talking over the intro to the song. And you're like, no. And then you'd sit there for 3 more hours until it came on again, right? Your mixtapes. Yes. I should add that. Writing to record my favorite song for my mixtape. Oh yes, the good old days when we had to listen to the radio to hear our music. All right, we are getting close to the end of this one, my friends. Participating in, I'll have to ask my mom about this. Participating in a dance-a-thon in 3rd grade and winning first prize. Now, if I remember, I think it was like 9 hours. I don't know. That could be my 3rd grade brain speaking. It could have been like 30 minutes for all I know. So I've got to ask my mom and see if she remembers that. But guess what, you guys? That's why we do this. Because if I was a child right now, or take Jack or Sam, so our boys are 27 and 24. If I had them sit down and do this now, or if I could even get them to sit down and tell me these things, their memory, they're a lot closer to being children than I am, right? They're going to remember these things a lot more, because how many times in this list have I said, oh, I'll have to ask my mom about that. Oh, I'll have to ask my mom about that. Now, my mom may remember, but she's even further away from when I was a child, right? Well, no, she's the same distance. She's the same distance from when I was, she's older, right? So, but that's right. Write the things down, because these things are important, right? They're important. All right. The last one, I can't fit that there. The Halloween parades at school each year in our costumes. And that just reminded me of another one that I'll add just to kind of wrap it up. All the parties, like all the little fun parties at school. The school parties. No, I just said school parties. I'm going to say in elementary school. It was always so fun when it was holiday time. Just the school parties, remember that? And then someone's mom would come in and bring the cupcakes back then when they could bring like store-bought things. And yeah, anyhow, so there's my list, right? There's my list. Some of my favorite some of my favorite childhood memories. I have a little space here for a little sticker. So let's grab a little word strip sticker. I've got little space, so let's find something that would fit really well there. Let's see what it is going to be. Just looking for something small that will fit. Look on the bright side, make today count, be awesome. Oh, how about this one? Live in the moment, right? Live in the moment. Live in the moment. Remember the things. Remember when we were little kids and we just would have some good memories, right? Maybe some of us had some good memories more than others, but just kind of remember the things and document them. All right, there we go. Live in the moment. Oh, which reminds me, I probably should have put the date there. It's important that we date our things, right? That's super important that we date our things. So let's put our little date. I will just write it somewhere. I will write it over here by the heart. I'm going to write 11.24 because I really didn't leave myself much room at all. There we go, 11.24. Now, now I can go in any of these other little stickers that I have from the sticker sheet. I can fill in any blanks, right? We filled in all the big parts. Now we can go and say, oh, how about maybe we should add this little butterfly. Should this little butterfly go right in there? So we have a little bit of extra space there. So why don't we put little butterfly there? That little butterfly will, I can cover up a little bit of the D. We're okay. Okay, I don't want it to cross that line because that's my center. I feel like we could maybe put something over here. Let's see. Oh, how about a flower? We could bring in a little bit of blue. We have blue here. We don't really have any blue there. So this little flower could work over here. Now, this 3+1, it's just kind of an arbitrary thing. Although I do have, there are 4 of us in my family. My younger sister, Lainey, and my mom and dad. So that kind of worked there. I will outline this little guy just because I feel like it needs a little something, something. All right. So I think it's good. I think I'm good. I think we're ready to go. All right, let's put Forever Fields away. That was the collection that I was using on this list. As you start to get down to the end of a collection, maybe you've had products that you've worked with for a while and they're getting a little sparse. I just want to mention again what we had started talking about, where you can start taking some of your things and making like little mini kits out of them. Take your things that kind of coordinate together and put them in some kind of little pouch or little baggie or something, and then continue to add to them. Continue to add to them over time. So that way you'll find that's probably a lot easier to mix and match your collections if you are doing that. And you have, maybe you have a collection that you're like, oh my gosh, Nick, you just scared the crap out of me. I know. You guys, if you could have seen me jump, holy cow, I would have jumped high. Terry said, this is why doing a This Is Me list is so important to do with your family. 100%. April said, I remember the first time someone's mom baked cupcakes and ice cream cones, and I thought it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. School parties. I remember having home-baked cookies and cupcakes. Marilee said, and now we can't have any sweets of any kind in the classroom for birthdays. Marilee's teacher. So Marilee, no sweets, even if they're like store-bought? That probably gets a little, well, that's hard, right? That's hard. That's hard for kids. But it's also probably hard for teachers as well. Oh yes, hydration break. Let's have our hydration break, friends. 1:30, we need a hydration break. We'll do one more list, okay? We'll do one more today, and then we'll take, I keep like pushing a list each week, it seems like, to the next week, but that's okay, we'll be good, because we're listing again on Wednesday the 13th. Hydrate, and actually, you know what else I'm going to do? If you guys will bear with me for one moment, I have my special fancy sign out that Lindsay Hellman made for me. I'm going to go to the potty very quickly. So I'm just going to leave that right there. No, you didn't lose me. I will be right back. Okay? So hydration break, potty break, whatever kind of break you need, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. There is a bathroom right outside of my craft room, but I didn't want, this is funny. You would probably hear the toilet flush and yeah, that's okay. So here I am, I'm back. Let's see, what are we on, friends? No, none, no cakes or cookies or candy. Interesting. We should have had Nick come and chat with you guys. Wouldn't that have been fun? Hi, Francis. Nice to see you. It has been a long time. Yes, we were on a quick little hydration break there and a potty break. Let's see. Oh, I love it, you guys. So Terry asked a question. She said, okay, let's have some fun. Name your favorite Lail by Mail product. Go. Pam said idea books. April loved the stamps with the months in her handwriting. Oh, good. Fun. Mini icon stamps. Ms. L, all of her stamps because of the quality. Yes, if you've used my stamps before, that's important to me because, again, I said I'm just like you guys, right? I'm a crafter just like you guys. Sometimes I'm all about a deal, right? But we know what they say. You get what you pay for. So for me, it's important, the products that I manufacture, that they're really good quality. Just my little garbage, don't worry, it's all good. Especially when it comes to stamps, you can buy inexpensive stamps. You can go to big box store and buy a 8x10 stamp for $2. I mean, not really, but you know what I'm saying there. But you get what you pay for. The quality there, they are not made in the US when they are that expensive. They are generally going to be acrylic stamps. And the quality with acrylic stamps, you just can't quite get the same quality that you can in a photopolymer stamp. So yes, that's important to me that my stamps are good quality because we want them to last, right? We want them to last and work really well for us. All right, let me just get these things put away. And then we are moving on to our last list of the day. So we have 2 lists left. We will take one of those lists and we will push it to Wednesday when we are listing again. We are listing again on Wednesday because I will be out of town teaching at an event next weekend. My friend Lizzie Lou and the Christmas Bash. All right, so now we've got to get this page. And again, I'm not worried about this. It is just going to, it will just continue to float in my traveler's notebook until I am done. And then I will kind of put it all back together. So my next list is, with your little bullet stamps, make sure to put them away right away. If you don't put them away right away, they will stay on your little, whatever stamping block you were using. And then eventually they will fall off because you will forget that they're there and then you will be sad later. That has happened to several of mine because I just get going and then they end up getting lost. So I needed to put that one away. Let me let Reggie in. There you go, Reg. All right, so our third list today. Our third list is, had to look, ways to show gratitude. Okay, so I have had these next two lists, and one we will do today and one we'll do Wednesday. I have had them planned. Well, one of them we always do every year. We always do things I'm thankful for. And that's the one that we will push to Wednesday. Because this time of year, right, thankful, grateful, that in November in the US, we start thinking about Thanksgiving and sometimes thinking about things that we're thankful or grateful for. This one, ways to show gratitude. This has been planned for about a month. This week, with the election in the US, it's been a roller coaster. So there are a lot of people expressing opinions, and a lot of people this week seem to have forgotten about the fact that we should be kind, right? That we should be kind to people. So this timing of this list couldn't be better, even though it's been planned for a month. Ways that we can show gratitude, right? Ways that we can maybe show gratitude to other people. This morning, when I was kind of thinking about both of our lists, I Googled the difference between gratitude and thankful. Okay, so the difference between gratitude and thankful. And what really kind of resonated with me, I found an article that had said thankful, in a lot of cases, things that are more specific. Like you're thankful that you have a job, like you're thankful for the relationship that you have in your life with your brother. So things that are a little bit more specific, whereas gratitude is a little bit more overarching. There was something that I wrote down. Gratitude, showing appreciation for and returning kindness. So earlier this year, we did a list about kindness. And we talked about random acts of kindness and ways that you could show kindness to other people. So this is kind of going to be similar to that. But I wanted to circle back to this again, especially right now, because there are some really easy things that we can do that don't cost any money that may help to make things not as chaotic as they seem to be right now. If you guys know what I mean, right? If we know what I mean. So that is what my list is going to be about. Ways to show gratitude. So I am actively trying to think of ways that I can show gratitude. And some of these are really small and some of these are bigger. Some of these have to do with this particular time of year and some of the things that we do this time of year over the next probably 30 days as a family. So that's what we're doing. That is this one. How we can show gratitude towards other people. Because sometimes we need to do that, right? Sometimes we need to do that. My family always supporting me is gratitude. Karen said yes, 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 yes. I'm just looking at chat for a second. Okay. All right. So for this one, I am pulling in a couple of different things. I am pulling in the gratitude stamp set, and I am pulling in some products from the 49 Market Vintage Orchard collection. So Vintage Orchard has some things that I thought would work really well for our gratitude list. Some of you did the Gratitude Traveler's Notebook Project Kit with me this month. And you are showing, oh my gosh, hang on, I'm struggling. You are showing the ways, or writing, documenting the ways that you are thankful or showing gratitude this month. So kind of a little bit will tie into that. All right, so let's grab the products that I had set out for. Let me see where they are. Oh, here we go. For this. And this is what you saw in kind of my flat lay, the different products that I had set out for that. Let's move all of these guys up there. All right. Let's see, does one of these say gratitude? Gratitude is the ability to experience life as a gift. We have grateful, so we do not have gratitude as a title. So we will probably use gratitude as a title. We'll use a stamp or sticker for that. I want to think about what I want to do here. I think I am going to use pattern paper. So again, this is Vintage Orchard. Let's see what we might like to use. I just pulled out some different colors. That's really pretty. That could work, right? Maybe that one. This is pretty too, but there's a lot going on there. So I think this one works really well because it has that open space. This one would work really well also, but this one, I don't know, this one kind of looks a little bit more summery today. I kind of like today. Looks a little bit more summery to me. I kind of like the colors of this one because it's got a little bit of those rusty colors in it. Oh yes, because then if we use rusty colors, then, ooh, okay. What about this? What about these two? So if we use those two-page spread, this is here, and this is there. Do I look at the 6x8 papers from that again really quick? Because originally I had not pulled things out that maybe I thought would be too decorative, but now I might want something that is a little bit more decorative on one side. So let's see, those are all the papers from the paper pack. This is Vintage Orchard. Make sure to check both sides. That would go. That's pretty busy. You have 2 sheets of everything. All right. What if we took this over here, if I maybe double matted this to bring in a little bit of that color to pull in over here. If I did my list on this and then I did something in the center of that. Let's try that. That's where my brain is going right now. So that's the direction we will try to head. That's where we will try to head. Thank you, Amy. We'll see you later. Okay. So I need to trim my papers down. I'm working with 6x8 papers and I need to trim them down because my inserts are 5x8.25. So my height is good on these, but they are too wide. So generally, because it's 8 inches tall and my insert is 8.25 inches tall, I trim these to 4 3/4 wide. So I kind of have a same-ish border all the way around. So I really like this part. I think I'd rather keep this part as opposed to this part. So since we have to trim some of it off, let's trim from the right. Well, we're really trimming from the left, but I turned it upside down. So 4 3/4, we'll just really lose that flower. Okay. And then this guy. So we know we need this one to be 4 3/4 because this is going to be my mat. I'd like to have just a little bit more of that rust color to pull in a little bit, the season a little bit more. All right, so this is 4 3/4. If we made this 4 1/4, let's start with 4 1/4, and we're fine because we're just cutting from this edge and see what we get. See what we get. Oh, we need to trim the height. Oh, actually, hey, how about this? Maybe we don't trim the height. What if we just kind of do that? What if we don't trim that height I need to take, well, this is going to be, never mind. It's all good. If I don't trim the height, what if, no, we don't want that to go over, but I'm not going to trim the height. I'm going to leave this. We're going to work off the page. There we go. So we're not trimming the height on this guy. I think that will be kind of fun to have that just go top to bottom like that. Okay. And then I need to round the outside corners because that is what I do. The Traveler's Notebooks inserts that I manufacture, that I create, have rounded corners. So I would like to round the outside corners. There's that. And then we have this guy over here. So we will round these outside corners. All right. So now let's take our little Sharpie and do our little outlining here. Round the edge, round the perimeter. So if you are going to hang out with us on Wednesday night as well, because we'll be listing Wednesday night this coming week, Wednesday the 13th, because then I am leaving on Thursday through Sunday to teach an event in California. We will start that session with things I'm thankful for. And you know what? Sometimes it may not seem like you have a lot to be thankful for, right? So we will talk about that when we are listing. So we can boil it down to some really simple things, like maybe you're thankful for yummy soup season. Maybe you do not like the heat at all and it's starting to get cooler where you are. So you're thankful for the cooler temperatures. Sometimes in life, we look at things and you're like, there is nothing going good in my life. There's nothing going good. How can I possibly be thankful for anything? Sometimes we have to get really granular. Like, I'm thankful for a kitty that likes to jump up on my desk like he just did. Oh, look at who's going to come say hello. Yep. Okay, where are you going, mister? Where are you going? That's not going to work. You can't sit there. You know, you need to get in your bucket. Sorry, buddy. Let me see if I can get him to go in his bucket. I'm thankful for a kitty that loves me, right? I'm thankful for a kitty that always wants to be near me and by me. Okay, sit down. You got to sit down. Reggie makes an appearance. Reggie makes an appearance. Let me see. Karen, do you have an already decorated TN insert thought in mind for a future product like the background you see or something like that in your own design? Even if it's just insert covers. No. For the most part, I will never do any decorated covers of an insert like that. Mine will always be plain because we can always cover them with whatever we want. If I come up with a design for a cover, I have to order a lot of them. And it's probably way too specific for a cover like that to maybe sell through a lot. So generally, I don't have any plans for that. April's will be thankful when her oven gets replaced. She hasn't had one in a couple of weeks. Oh my goodness. $650 replacement for control board for a 25-year-old oven. No thanks, right? So we can find a lot of things sometimes like that to be thankful for. Okay. So, but this is, I gotta make sure I'm staying on the right track because I've switched my lists. This ways to show gratitude, right? This is ways to show gratitude to others. Ways that we can show gratitude to others. I am going to find some alphabet stickers. Let's look at these. Alpha stickers. These are from Bella Boulevard. Excuse me. These are letter scrambles, right? Letter scrambles. So I think what I will do, all these colors are really pretty bright. So I think I will stick with black. And I may need to go run downstairs and get another sheet. We'll see, because I would like to use this font. So there are, I believe, 16 different colors of these 12 by 12 stickers, letter scramble. And what's nice about these, I think there's 300 some odd alpha stickers, but you have 4 fonts. So you have lowercase, serif font. Serif are like the little hats and feet on the letters. You have numbers. You have a lowercase sans serif font, so without the little hats and feet. And then you have an uppercase sans serif font. So uppercase without the little hats and feet. And when I say hats and feet, this is what I mean. Like the top of the M, the little bottoms of the M, those are serifs. So let's go with, let's look, gratitude. Before I start pulling letters, I want to make sure I have what I need. So I will come here and see, there's my G, here's my R, here's my A, here's my T, I, T, let's go back and find our I, U, D, oh yeah, D, E, we're good. I've got all my letters. So I checked everything before I start, right? Checked everything before I start. April said, do you prefer the corner chomper or the corner rounder? Both, April, both. So when I am, so what April's asking, I will show you. Oh, and if you're in the market for a corner chomper, maybe wait until, oh, I don't know, Black Friday, because I might just have something for you. Okay, corner rounder, corner chomper. These are a type of corner rounder, right? These are a set of corner rounders that I sell on the website. So 1 inch round and 1/2 inch round. I don't know where they come up with 1 inch and 1/2 inch because it's not 1 inch, but just one is more round than the other, right? That is a set of corner rounders. This is a corner chomper. Corner chomper. It's called a corner chomper because this thing will like goes through layers and layers and layers. So when I'm doing something simple like this, I will generally use a corner rounder. If I am slip covering my traveler's notebook, so when I slip cover them, let me show you an example. When I slip cover, basically we have the front of the cover, which is paper. Inside, sometimes it will grab a little bit of the insert cover. And then you have the back of the paper. Basically, in that case, it is trying to round 3 pieces. So a little bit thicker. That's when I use a corner chomper. I just use these when usually we're listing because they're smaller. And I don't need quite the power. I don't need quite the power to chomp through a couple layers. All right, so gratitude. It's beautiful paper. Yeah, this Apple Orchard is a beautiful collection. We'll start pulling out some of the embellishments in a second. All right, so, oh, wait a minute. Did I have, what did that say? I may be forgetting this, guys. Did I have no, grateful. All right. I'm looking for gratitude, right? So we'll spell out gratitude. All right. I pulled out my ruler. I am going to use my ruler for 2 things, straightness and placement. So I'm going to place these letters on my ruler. I'm using a horizontal line on my little metal ruler here to line the letters up so they are straight. And then we'll also use it for placement. So in a second, I will show you what I mean by placement. All right, just line them up so they will be straight. Let's see. Carrie said, I like the chomper, but the little rounders are much more portable if you're planning to take them on the go. Absolutely, right? Sometimes we have more than one of the same thing, or we have different versions of the same tool in that example, because if you are maybe traveling and you're taking some of your crafting supplies with you, or you're going to a crop or a retreat or something like that, a crafting retreat, if you are a little bit limited on space or limited on weight, that is much, that weighs way less than say your big corner chomper. Gratitude. Have we done a list of teen year memories, not childhood? Anne, You know, we'll have to look. I think we've done maybe, I know we've done lots of high school things, but I don't recall if it's like specific teen memories or if it's like favorite high school memories, maybe. I'm not sure. I'll have to look. But if we haven't, that's a great list suggestion, right? Absolutely. We've done childhood memories. Here's the thing, you can do adult memories. You could do professional memories. Maybe if you had a long, job history and you want to talk about your best memories from your different jobs. GRATITUDE. Maybe you're a grandparent. Maybe you have you have grandkids. What are your favorite memories of being a grandparent, a grandma, or an aunt, or an uncle, or whatever, a wife, a husband, a partner? Gratitude. You could have favorite memories of being a newlywed, favorite memories of being a single person out there playing the field. Gratitude. Are we okay here? Oh yeah, barely though. We are barely have enough width, but we're good. So the second part of using the ruler is for placement. When we did childhood memories, right? When we did childhood memories, I kind of had to do a little bit of math and figure out, if we had enough room and how we would do that. And then I abandoned that part. But a word like gratitude, it's a pretty long word. We don't necessarily know where to start. Do we start at the beginning and hope we have enough room? Do we start at the end and then hope that we didn't go too far over to the right? Do we try to figure out the middle, but it's a little bit harder to figure out the middle because some of your letters are narrower than others? If we put our letters on something else, then we can use that for placement. So I can move this around. I could have this go up here maybe if I wanted. That would be something a little bit different, right? We could have it go down here. Maybe, well, I don't know. So really right now I have a lot of latitude. I have a lot of options in terms of where I place that ruler. So I use this all the time with alphabet stickers because it just lets you decide maybe where you want to put it. But I think I'm going to put that right up there for a while until I decide how else do I want to use my my canvas here, right? What else do I want to put on here? So let's pull out some of these other things that I had pulled. These are from some of these things are from the laser cuts. That is chipboard. So I won't use that because it's a little bit too thick. We have this beautiful lace piece. That's one of the laser cuts. No, I don't think I want to use that anywhere. I could, but I won't use that anywhere. I have this beautiful oak leaf that I could maybe work in somewhere, right? So now we're kind of filling in a little bit of that space. So I haven't, again, I didn't use this yet because what if I decide that I want my oak leaf to be there, right? I want to fill in that upper corner with something. So I'm kind of liking this idea of maybe doing that. So if I do something like that, then over here, somewhere I need to really write my title of ways to show gratitude, right? So we'll kind of just keep that option open for a bit. It's almost like when we were talking about die cuts and how you can use the highlighter tape to place them or kind of test where you want to put them. It's kind of the same idea with the ruler. We just don't really want to use highlighter tape on those because it might be a little bit harder to get them to adhere and, All right. I had pulled out this guy too because I thought this guy was kind of fun. Now, if I were to use something like this, we could maybe use something like this over here along the side. I don't know, that or it looks really forced. Probably looks a little too forced, unless, I don't know, maybe we put that down here. Let's see. We're just kind of pulling some of the things out that spoke to me as I was looking for things. But I also would like to pull out the rub-ons. So 49 and Market rub-ons are pretty awesome. Rub-ons in general are pretty awesome. So in this Vintage Orchard collection, there are several different packs of rub-ons. Let's see what we have here. Okay, there we go. That one is botanical. This one is essentials. So the essentials are going to have some words and different things on them. And then we have the blendable rub-ons. So there's 3 different names, right? They all kind of have different things in them, but basically they're all just rub-ons. So, April, I know, April said 49 and Market is just in a class by themselves. I know, they're pretty awesome, aren't they? Hi, Allison. Oh, my friend Allison. Allison, okay, Allison, I need to have a quick little one-off conversation here very quickly. Allison, I got all of your emails. I got all of the darling photos of your grandkids. I owe you a response. I was head down all week in new product development. So tomorrow, I'm going to email you back tomorrow. You guys sometimes have heard me talk about Allison. I will show you one of the Allison things. Allison and I, oh my gosh, we met at a scrapbook store 20 years ago, Allison? Is it 20 years ago? I don't know. It's been a really long time ago. So we've known each other for years and years. She, back in December of 2022, sent me an email, said, I'm sure you don't need any more listing ideas, but look at, you guys, this is all of those lists ideas. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So we pull from those all the time. Love it, love it. Love you, my friend. All right. So here we go. Where are we? Oh yeah, we're still on our ways to show gratitude to other people. Let's look at some of these rub-ons. So I think what's going to happen here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I have 6 things on my list. So right here, I think this will kind of be a little bit of a shorter list, but I think would like to do a 2-page list. So then I will do some little decorating over here. And that is where I think some of my rub-ons can come into play. So these are just the regular blendables. Now, look at these. Let's see, we might work with, I probably need to figure out maybe what's going to go in the center here. Oh, okay, hold on. We're just thinking out loud, friends. Gratitude is the ability to experience life as a gift. I think this would be great in the center, right? It's kind of small in that big expanse. So we need to figure out what that could maybe sit on. That is a great little, I think, definition for that right page. So where do I have some of the laser cuts? What might work? Okay, well, let's just look a little bit here. This is a little frame. How would that look if we quoted? Our quote is inside of a frame. I don't know, that's probably a little bit more literal than I feel like I would like. Yeah, I don't want that. Okay, so what about something like this? If that was in there, well, really all we've done, Lael, that doesn't make any sense. All we've done is made a smaller, big space. So that's not what I want to do there. What if we, looking at maybe in the box. Do we have a box that we could do this in? What if we do that? All right, so these are the new in the box dies. They have not shipped yet. They are shipping mid-November. Right now we are just working with my little sample. Okay, that's my production sample. But they're on the website now. So in the box, that is the in the box 2 stamp set. And those were the in the box coordinating dies. So what if, is that, let's see which one that is. It's that guy, right? Would we rather have a square or would we rather have a rectangle? Square or rectangle? I don't know. We could try both, right? We certainly could try both. So now what we need to figure out is what I am going to stamp on. We don't want to do that. That's going in a whole other direction. So let's look at some of our pattern paper here. The whole reason I'm doing this is because we have this big expansive area. My list isn't long enough necessarily to go to the second page, so I just want to have that right side be a little bit decorative. Let's go to our pattern papers and see. We want something that will provide a little bit of contrast, but that we'll still be able to see. We would see on that, right? We want a little bit of contrast, but we'd still be able to see what, what is there. That's that same kind of, not gingham, but burlap, right? Oh yeah, no, not gray. That's a good one so far. We're looking like that is a pretty good one so far. That's probably what it's going to be. That or something like that. I think we could try both, right? We can try both. So as I just continue over here to go through the rest, that one I think is going to be, I think I want it to be a little bit more subtle than that. All right, so I just went through all the B sides of those papers. Let's get we have our stamp. Let's get our other stamp, our stamping blocks. We'll pull out the die cut machine and we will go to town. I wasn't planning on die cutting today, so I just need to grab all those things out. Move this out of the way, out of the way, out of the way. There's our die. All right, in the box 2. So in the box 2 is a stamp set that I think came out in the September release. It is a kind of carry on to the original in the box. And the whole idea here is you just have your little boxes to do your little listing in. Now, I'm not making a list. I mean, you could make a list in a little box like that, but generally the way I am using these, kind of on our last list where some of the things on my list I was talking a little bit more about. So if I wanted to go into a lot of depth, well, that would be interesting now that I think about that. If I wanted to go in more depth, I don't think so. On a particular thing on my list, then I could, use a little box. But I think we'll just do our writing over here. So this guy, we're going to try 2 versions of this. While we have the dies and the stamps out, we might as well try both. So that is our square. This is our rectangle. Stamping block. Oh, here's another Allison. You guys know when I use this, my little stamping tester notebook, Allison sent me that. Isn't that fun? Squirrel lives matter. Okay, let's see. That, we don't need either of those. Will they work on that? Yeah, okay. Now, I am doing black writing and I also have my black title. So, oh yeah. We want to use black on here. I was thinking that we could maybe use like an aged mahogany, but I don't think that would work very well on there. I don't think I would like the way that looks. So move these out of the way. We'll try both of these, right? We'll try both of these and see what we get. Oh, Karen, a list of my favorites versus non-favorites list. Well, we know what the non one is, don't we? The non one is the Super Bowl snacks layout. The Super Bowl snacks list. Yeah. All right, so we'll do that like that. Do rub-ons rub on opaque or a bit see-through? They are going to be, it's going to depend. It depends a little bit, Maureen, on, it depends a little bit on who is making them. I'm trying to think if I have, let me look. They go on, I'm going to say a little bit more opaque than see-through. Let me just grab, this is one of the versions. I have 3 of these now after teaching classes, but this is the December documented. We have, okay, so here's an example. These are rub-ons, all right? Those are simple stories from the Simple Vintage Holly Jolly collection, those are opaque, right? So especially like, you can see maybe right there through Santa's little beard, you see a little bit of the graph paper, but not much. So they're pretty opaque. The 49 Market ones are also going to be pretty opaque. I mean, depending on the design, you may see a little bit more. It just kind of depends on what it is. But for the most part, rub-ons are going to be opaque. That is my answer. Final answer. All right. Oh, I know, Grace. I have not done the craft room tour yet. I have not. Before the end of the year, it will happen before the end of the year. But yeah, this time of year is always my craziest time of year because teaching at a lot of events in person and then a virtual also. And then, oh, before I did that, I'm going to try both of these. There is a lot of new product development happening right now. So it's on the list. I know. Sometimes it just takes a while to get to the things on the list. That one in particular, it will take a little bit longer because that has to, I have to set up, I have to basically on a stand, set up the camera, film in a certain area, stop, move to the next area, start again, move to the next area, start again, just so it's not like super choppy and it's me just walking around with the phone. So I could do it much quicker if I didn't do it that way, but I don't think I'd be happy with it. So that's what it is. I know, you know what? Because it is now like a year and a half old. My craft room, not year and a half old, but the redo of it, or I don't know, the whatever it is a year and a half now, which seems crazy, but all right. So I'm doing two different versions of this because I might as well do this now instead of get one done and be like, oh shoot, I don't really like that. I wish I had tried it the other way. We're just doing the stamping all at once, and then we'll do the die cutting all at once too. All right. It's play though. That's what we're doing, right? We're just playing. We are just playing. All right. So now let's grab the die cut machine out. And move those to the side. Put that right there. Oh, Reggie's just sleeping away in his own little bucket again. We like when he does that. All right, excuse my reach for a second. I need to plug in here on the table. I can't see. Normally I have all this set up if I think we're going to be doing die cutting. All right, turn on the machine. I am using the Anna Griffin Empress Mini die cut machine. It is an automated electric die cut machine. Manual, electric, whatever kind you want to use. If you are using a die cut machine, it doesn't really matter. One is just a little bit easier than the other because you don't have to hand crank it. All right, there are my two plates. Oh, that's a shim. Where's my other plate? There we go. All right, so now let's probably do these at one time since they are both using different dies. Let's get out our plates. So here's my bottom plate. Here's my magnet. I'm going to put a shim underneath it. No, I'll try it without the shim. There is my magnet. Here are my stamped images. Metal side, not metal side, the both sides metal, but the die side facing down. Ooh, I need to make sure that I know which way this goes. That is it, because it's hand drawn, so it's not exactly square. That's how it's designed, is to not be exactly square. From when I was doing those, right? When we do these little boxes, I was doing those little hand-drawn squares. So I would draw it, and then I would outline it again. That kind of double layer outline. Right. Yes, that's the way. Okay. So we're gonna get both of these ready like that. That looks pretty good. We'll put our top plate on top, and then I will push it through the machine and say run. Okay, and I have my little pieces cut out. That one I didn't quite get close enough. I did a way better job on that one. I wasn't paying close enough attention. You can see it kind of a little bit more here and cut part of that off. But that one worked really well. Well, that was user error, not die error, not machine error, user error. All right, do that again with this, and then we'll kind of get a feel for what we think we like better. Okay, line that up, and because it's magnetic mat that I'm using here with the magnetic die, it's just staying in place, so I don't need to use any extra kind of tape or anything to hold that down. I wonder if I didn't have it lined up right on that one. There we go. Okay, again, make my little sandwich, and oh, that's power. Run it through. All right, get this guy out of the way again and see what we are thinking that we like. I will tell you guys, I have something very fun coming. A free class, another free class that is coming next Friday. Since we will not be listing, it is a little quick class that I put together, and watch for the email. You get my emails. Oopsie. You get my emails, watch for that email with the link to the free class. It is using a couple of stamps and dies for kind of a fun little project that you could put together, either for Thanksgiving or for Christmas. All right, here we go. Now we're gonna see what we like better. What do we like? Here's our list. Oh, I better put these back on. Again, that's just my production sample, but they'll be nice and packaged when they arrive, not like that. All right, so here we are again. We're thinking about where gratitude is going to go. We kind of like that little leaf in there. Here we are with our quote. Right. Here we are with our quote. Our stamp that has the gratitude, you guys. Our stamp that has the gratitude quote on it. Where do we suppose that ended up? What did it stick to? Oh, there it is. It's on the back of my shim. There we go. All right. So as we have this, our little gratitude quote right there in the center. We think we want something a little bigger. Maybe if it's a little bigger, then we could add maybe something like that around it. Oh, I think we like that. I think we want to have a little bigger. So do we like that pattern or do we like this pattern? Well, we'll find out once we stamp both of them, right? We'll try both of them. Let's get these two put away. April said, I'm so glad I'm not the only one that happens to, right? You get your stamp out and then you do something in between and then you're looking for your stamp because you don't know where it went. We don't know what happened to it. That I'm surprised I found it that quickly. Usually I'm like, okay, you guys, where is it? And then somebody rewinds and then sees where it went, right? You're like, oh, you set it on top of, you set the shim on top of it. The shim jim. Okay, back in their little box. So now we need our little gratitude. Let me get this a little bit closer to myself so I can see it. All right, gratitude is the ability to experience life as a gift. that is one of the quotes on the gratitude stamp set. We will use that again next week for our things I'm grateful for list. We'll just test that out right in there. Look at it, so nice and crisp. Gratitude is the ability to experience life as a gift. Okay, we got it. We're experiencing life as a gift as we go. Okay. There it is on a background that's a little bit busier. This one is busy also, but in a totally different way, right? I already think I know which one I'm going to like. Oh yeah, so very interesting. Originally, in my head, as I was thinking which one I was going to like, I was thinking I would like this one better because it looked like, it appeared as if it would be less busy. But in actuality, it's not. You see the letters are so kind of fine and thin that they kind of get lost a little bit in that, right? As opposed to this one, which really stands out a little bit more. The difference in those two. So I think I like that guy. I am going to just narrow it down a little bit since I didn't quite get us quite straight there. All right, here we go. Then we could bring in, like we talked about, maybe a little bit of that. We could add a little butterfly in here maybe. Oh yes, that's good. Now, we were talking about rub-ons before I got distracted, right? Squirrel moment. The rub-ons are here on the floor. Okay, so some of these rub-ons are a little bit more of a background, right? Some of these a little bit more of a background. So these are from just the Vintage Orchard blendable rub-ons. So that is one of those sheets. Actually, all three of those are from the blendables. So I'm kind of interested in a little bit of this maybe. Maybe trying to get a little bit of that in. So there are a couple of rules I have when I open up a package of rub-ons. And I do these things every time I open and use new rub-ons. First of all, when you open rub-ons, each sheet has a protective backer sheet that sits behind it. That protective backer sheet is really important. That prevents your rub-on from transferring onto something you don't want it to rub onto, right? So I want to make sure that I'm protected. So I always, when I open up a new package of rub-ons, I will staple those two sheets together. The rub-on sheet with the backer sheet, the protector sheet. So now they are together. Diane said, what brand of rub-ons do you love? So there's kind of, I mean, this is a very broad generalization, but the two main companies you're seeing doing rub-ons right now are Simple Stories and 49 and Market. I love both of them. I use both of them quite often. For all intents and purposes, they're the same. One difference I do notice, the 49 and Market rub-ons are a little stickier. So they require a little bit less effort. It doesn't take a lot of effort at all to use a rub-on, but a little bit less effort to rub it on. But because they're also stickier, you need to be a little bit more careful. If this sheet was here and the backer got separated and that was sticking there, it would stick. I would never be able to get it off because they're a little bit stickier. So both equally different, both have a little bit of different properties, but they're really the same thing, right? So I staple them together. The next thing I do, you see I am cutting the rub-on I want to use away from the sheet. I think that is so much easier, makes it so much easier to work with, is if I cut it away from the sheet. Now I'm not trying to deal with all of this and only get rub-on on part of it. I'm just dealing with this little guy. So now what I have to figure out is, where would this guy work? Like, is this really going to work? Would it work if, I'm just trying to get a feel for, like, could it sit partially here? Could it sit partially over here? like that. I don't know. It seems like now it would be that may not be the right thing, right? But maybe what I could do would be to take that rub on. If I want to add a little bit more color, maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's too bold of a color. I mean, I could kind of, ooh, let's do that. What if we put it down a little bit more in here? So if I do that, I'm going to set it down. I am not going to move it. This part I think is very important. You want to always be holding on. You never want to let go, okay? So I'm going to start wherever I start. I do find that the 49 and Market rub-ons, I think because they are sticky, they release a little quicker. So I'm just taking this little, this little plastic stick that is usually in their rub-ons, and I am still holding on. Even when I'm holding on with my stick, but even when I get down to here, I'm going to rotate it. I'm still holding on now up at the top, which is now the bottom. So I want to hold on. I do not want that rub-on to move while I'm using it. If it rubs while I'm using it, it is going to skip. I'll end up with a little crack in the rub-on design, which generally I don't want to have. So as long as I am holding on and it's not moving anywhere, I should be good. Now, I am not going to just lift that off and assume that it's okay. I am going to slowly start at the top and lift. I will be able to see if there are any parts of that did not rub on. There's a couple right here. If there's any parts that did not rub on, I can just lay it right back down. And because I haven't moved it, I'm still holding on. I still have the option to kind of go back and fill in, rub on the places that maybe did not rub on. If I pick it all up and then I notice there's a big part in the center here that did not rub on, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for me to go back and add that. So I make sure it all looks good before I move away. And then I've got that little protective backer. That little protective backer I can just kind of put on top and rub over the top of that just to make sure that it all gets nice and adhered. So the nice thing about rub-ons, that now looks like it was printed on the paper, right? Looks like it was printed on the paper as opposed to adding a sticker maybe that had a white border around it or something. All right, so we just filled in a little bit more of that space. When I said, oh, I know what I'm going to do. What the heck was that? What was it where I said, I know what I can do? Now I don't even know. I don't know. That might be enough for us, friends. That might be enough for that side, right? Might be enough for that to go there. I kind of think it is. Now, if I felt like I wanted a little bit more around here and I still wanted it to be a little bit more subtle, like a rub-on, I could come to maybe one of these that's a little bit more neutral, not as bold as that color. So let's look at that. Let's cut around that and see how that works. See if we might like that. And here's the thing, if I felt like I didn't want a lot, if I didn't want this whole big blob, well, you know what I can do? I could just cut part of it off. I could just use that little part, or I could just use a couple of those splatters and kind of put them in areas around my little title page over here. So let's look. If that went there, I'm getting a glare, so I'm going to try to do this so I can see it without the glare. Let's just do it. You know what? What the heck? What the heck? Let's just do it. All right, so we're filling in a little bit more of that kind of neutral space there. And again, it's going to look like that was all printed on the paper. So when I showed you that example from the December Documented mini book project, where those Santas along the bottom, those were rub-ons. It looks like they are printed on the page, right? But they're just rub-ons. It's kind of the beauty of rub-ons. All right, are we good? See, I'm still holding on. Make sure that in case I need to lay it back down if anything didn't rub on. Now, that's just kind of little spots, so it doesn't really matter if those are there or not. Continue to look. Look. Oh, that little guy didn't get on. And that one. All right, there we go. All good there. Now let's see what that does for us. Oh yeah, right? So now it's just not as, it's not as just kind of floating out there. It was a little bit of a floater before, especially if I move it up just a tad. If I move it up a tad, I have a little bit of that coming out the bottom, right? And again, if I felt like now it's too stark in here, I can just cut apart a couple of these outliers, like that little outlier there, some of the outliers here, and just kind of pepper them in if I wanted, if I felt like I needed to do that. But I don't think I need to. I think we're pretty good there. There we go. I wanted just a little bit of that sticking out the bottom. Whoopsie. How are you? And you guys are hanging in there? Look it, we're just crafting away. So at the very beginning, what I said, if you weren't here at the beginning, I said, oh my goodness, and I probably really did say that, oh my goodness, it has been a roller coaster of a week here in the US, hasn't it? It has been a roller coaster of the week. And for me, my escape from roller coasters like that is to be creative. It's just, and that's probably why we're still going, right? Because I am having fun. I have not thought about politics once at all while we have been working. I'm just having fun and playing and being creative. So that for me is a lot of why I'm here and I do what we do on our Saturdays. I think I like that back up at the top still. Why we do what we do on our Saturdays, or why we, a lot of us just kind of flock to being creative when there's uncertainty in the world, or when there's a lot of drama, right? A lot of drama this week. I think I will write my part of the title up there. So ways to show gratitude, ways I can show gratitude. Maybe that's what I'll do. So I'll just write that up in here. We'll go down a little bit more maybe. So I have enough room. Will that work? I think so. So I've used that for placement. Now I can just press on the top of those letters like that. And gently roll. I'm rolling that ruler from out of that area. All right. So now let's grab the dot of our eye. Thinking about where I am going to write that. Maybe I need to write that before I do the dot on the eye. Karen, am I able to make rub-on products? Yes, I can make them. I have not yet, obviously, but I can. I can make them. Let's see. Oh, Heather, I'm so glad. Heather said it's helped me so much with grief after losing my mom last month. And I am so sorry to hear that, Heather. But, you know, a lot of us are crafty for different reasons, right? A lot of us are crafty. Sometimes you can be creative and it completely takes you to another world, right? So I'm glad that you have something, Heather, that has helped you with that, because that is, well, it's really nice to be able to have something like that you enjoy, that can take your mind off of the pain, right? All right, I'm going to go back and do something a little bit different. I forgot all about our little friend here, the oak leaf, that I kept saying, oh, I like this oak leaf. I think I'd like to work this in. So I would like our oak leaf to be right there, right? And actually it could, what if it goes there? Now, in order for it to go there, I have to lift up those few letters. So I had forgotten that we wanted to do that. So let's just lift these guys back up. Our little, actually, I might as well put them back on the right way. We'll be able to place them again very easily. Oopsie. Place them again very easily. But it's kind of plain up there, right? So I could have actually do the same thing even with a rub-on if I wanted to. If I didn't want it to be so pronounced, I could put a rub-on right up there behind it. But we've kind of like our little oak leaf, so let's see. I mean, I think that's an oak leaf, isn't it? Like that. We want to come up a little bit higher, maybe. Excuse me. So these are laser cuts. Difference between a laser cut and a die cut. The laser cut, look, it has no border around it. I mean, it is very nice and fine. So if you're like, well, what's a die cut? What's a laser cut? And why would I want one versus the other? Just two different things, right? They're pretty much just two different things. But I like the look of a laser cut because, again, kind of like the rub-on, it makes it look like it was printed on there. This one just has a little bit more dimension to it, right? I mean, it's still pretty thin. All right, let's see how that's going to look. Gratitude. We're going to like it. There we go. I like it that way. And this guy could bleed over onto the other side a little bit, right? So let's cut our friend here off. Oh, actually, what we want to do, instead of cutting him off, because we want him to land in the right place, we better use a glue pen for that. Let's do this. Piece them together and then cut them apart. That way I know that guy is exactly where I want him. Those guys kind of too a little bit, right? We better do them too. Better do those two little leaves as well. Press down, press down, press down. Oh, Nancy, thank you. Nancy said, finding Lael during COVID was a blessing during COVID. Lael helped keep my sanity. She still does. And I say often, this also helps with my sanity, you guys. It also helps with my sanity because when it is your job, your business, your livelihood to create, sometimes you want to just be able to create for the sake of creating. And that's what I do here. When we're doing our listing, I'm just here for the sake of creating, and you guys happen to be hanging out with me, which I'm glad you are, because if you weren't hanging out with me, I would not be doing this, right? I wouldn't be doing this. It's just what would happen. So it gives me an excuse to play, which I am ever grateful for. Very much grateful for that. For you guys coming and hanging out with me, because otherwise I would not be getting the creative time that my brain, my soul needs, right? I need it because it gives me solace. All right. Okay, so top of the eye. We need to dot the top of... Oh, no. This is funny. Remember when I said, oh, where am I going to write my title about ways that I can show gratitude? Well, I kind of just filled that in over there. So let's just do this. Ways that I can show gratitude. And then I've got the little space for my eye. Ways that I can show gratitude, how I can show gratitude. Let's get our little dot for the eye. We will go, well, we actually don't have that much further to go, you guys know. I'm just ready for my list, right? Ready for my list. So, we need something else up in here, right? That looks like I just added that, which is really what I did, right? I just added that. So what if we grab one of these little butterflies, and we put that little butterfly, I don't know, it might have to go right in there or there. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. What if we do maybe this guy? See what this little guy looks like. Ooh, I'm going to keep that staple. Where would we like our butterfly? There, or in the middle there? All right, let's look. There he is. Here, let me hold these with my... Let's hold these so we can really see. Let's hold this guy with my tweezers so my fat fingers aren't in the way. That little guy in the middle, which is kind of just in the middle there, right? That little guy in the middle, or this little guy over here. I'd like it in the middle. Then if I put, here's the deal. If I put him there, then I have this glaring white space right there. So we better put him in the middle. Even though normally I wouldn't necessarily put things in the middle, I feel like we better put him there. I feel like we'd better do that. How Heather, thank you. She said, you're such fun and so creative, Lael. I'm grateful for you. You guys, and this is not the plan for you guys to tell me that you're grateful for me. So just please know that. I am grateful for you. Okay, let's see here. Do we like it? There we go. Yeah, that worked out okay, right? It worked out okay. Now, if I'm a little bit bothered by this space over here, then I could probably find this little splatter. Got this little splatter here. This is one of the things I love about the style of the 49er Market rub-ons. Katie's style, these are designed by Katie Pertite, that there's all these little splatters. So you can kind of maybe now work in a little splatter over here. Like that. And it really is like I just splattered some ink there, but I didn't have to get my hands dirty. So, you know, I like that if I don't have to do that. There we go. Ways that I can show gratitude. And maybe I felt like I need a little bit more of that up there just because it's a little bit white up there. So what if we grabbed a little bit of, let's look. Could we get into this part? We'll just cut away. See what we end up with. Let's see how this little piece that I just did would work in there. Let's just do it. Like that. And now that's probably going to bother me because there's all that white space, but it's okay. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. I could fill it in if I felt like I needed to by just getting a little bit more splatter. Oh yeah, that looks a little odd, doesn't it? So let's find a little bit more splatter. Let's pull it from, how about just a little bit right in here? That's probably just enough, that little tiny piece right there. We just need that, just a little bit too much of a shape right there as I tried to cut it away. So if I was to do this again, what would have made more sense would be if I started with the rub-ons, and then I added the leaf, and then I added my title. I've kind of gone about this all the reverse way, right? The reverse way. Let's try to pick this guy up, maybe. Couldn't tell which side was which there. We need this to just kind of go right under there. All right, no one's ever gonna know I had to piece that together. I'll bring this up to the camera in a second so you can see it. All right, well, you still see a little bit of that really sharp edge there, but it's all right, right? It's okay. All right, so now it is time for our list. Ways that I can show gratitude. I need some kind of, I don't want to really do a numbered list because my numbered list would go like this, and to me that would look a little bit odd, so I don't want to do that. I think what I'm going to eventually do is get a black word strip that maybe can fit down in this little area here. So I do need, let's see, or hey, word strip. Ooh, perfect. This is exactly what I need. How about we're going with that grateful definition. The grateful definition, not the Grateful Dead, the grateful definition sticker, or excuse me, stamp, and it can go right down there. And because it's black, we should be able to see it pretty well. And if it doesn't work, and if I feel like we can't see it pretty well, then I have a plan B. All right, let's just test it out on this first. Grateful, warmly or deeply appreciative of kindness or benefits received. Okay. Looks good. I know why I did that. So you may have noticed that I put this towards the left edge. That's because I'm used to, if I was stamping in my traveler's notebook, I would want this, actually I'd want it more over here. Don't ask me why I did that. So it's pretty subtle, right? Pretty subtle, but I like it there. I think it works. Now I need my little bullets. So what am I going to do in there? I want something pretty basic. Probably what I think I want to use is, I'm thinking maybe just solid circle would work. Or maybe just this little guy. Maybe they're little asterisks. The little asterisk. Asterisk. Terry said, I feel this page needs a squirrel. What do you think? So, I'll have to look, Terry, and see if there is. I'm going to say there's probably not a squirrel. And I mean, I could bring in a squirrel from another collection, right? I totally could, because I know there is. Well, you know what? I know what we can try in a second. Let's write our list and then we will see what we think we can come up with. All right, so let's look at our little asterisks. Are we going to be happy with asterisk? So what's interesting, remember when we were talking about when you have a new stamp, and this one is not new, I've used it before, but it's been a little while. You want to test it so you get a really good feel for the amount of pressure that you need to apply. So I'm going to very much over exaggerate, but it happened a little bit the first time I did it. So this is very light pressure. That's what it's supposed to look like. This is what happens when you apply too much pressure. Okay, so not necessarily bad, but it looks way different than that does. So all the more reason to test before you use something so you know. Right when I did that one, I'm like, oh yeah, I just applied way too much pressure. And you can even see on that one, it was a little bit blurry. So know what you're working with, right? Know what you're working with. All right, so here we go. There's my first little one. So this is going to be really light and faint. My little asterisks are going to be pretty faint. And I wanted it to be something that was pretty neutral because I didn't really want to, there's a lot going on here, right? There's a lot going on here. All right, the first thing on my list, ways that I can show gratitude. Simple, 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 right? Say thank you. It takes nothing and can make a huge impact. Say thank you. Ways that you can show gratitude. Just say thank you. Somebody hold the door open for you. Thank you. You know what makes me so mad? When I hold the door open for someone or when I let somebody in front of me on the freeway and they don't do a little wave. You're like, really? Come on. That takes you nothing to do a little wave like you're saying hi. Just say thank you, right? Thank you. Ooh. I just realized something that I think I need to do here. I feel like I need to do another line here because if we think of my in the box stamp, ooh, that goes over the top, that we used over here, double line, right there. And probably what I'll do, you guys know, I just get sidetracked. I will probably now do a double outline here to kind of continue that theme. Like that. Yeah, I like it. All right, all right, all right. In the famous words of Matthew McConaughey. All right, all right, all right. Okay, there we go. The next thing, smile. That's all. No words, right? Smile at somebody. Even if they haven't done anything for you, just smile at somebody. If somebody looks like they're having a really hard day, smile at them. You never know what a smile from a stranger could do, right? Smile. That's a nice way you can show gratitude. Next up, pay someone a nice compliment. Does that ever happen? You're walking through the airport and somebody says, "Oh my goodness, I love that sweater." And you're like, you kind of look around, you're like, who are you talking to? Are you talking to me? And they are talking to you, and you're like, oh my gosh, holy cow, thank you. Have you ever had somebody that you don't know tell you you look beautiful today? That you can have everyone in your life you know tell you look beautiful today, but someone you don't know tells you look beautiful today, and you're like, wow, holy cow, that really hits. That hits hard, right? Pay someone a nice compliment. Easy. That takes nothing. Takes nothing for you to do except a few words, right? And hopefully you've thought about what you're going to say, so it's sincere. Karen, absolutely. Karen said acknowledging others can sometimes save lives, right? Right? So I'm going to go back to the roller coaster of this week. Any of those things, think how, based on how you've been feeling this week, you may be super happy, you may be super sad, you may be somewhere in the middle, you may not have a clue what I'm talking about. But any of these things, if someone says to you, you know what, Karen, your eyes are like so sparkly and bright today. You're like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Right? Right. That's just a different way of how you can express gratitude, how you can show appreciation. And it's really returning kindness. That's what it's about. Showing gratitude, ways that you show gratitude is basically just returning kindness or putting kindness out in the world. And Lord knows our world needs more kindness, right? Kindness, next on my list. A random act of kindness. Big or small. I mean, again, a random act of kindness could just be letting someone in front of you on the freeway, right? I mean, you don't know the person, but it took nothing, right? It just took nothing for you to say, sure, go ahead. Sure, go ahead. I saw something on the news the other day that here in our neighborhood-ish, our city, a woman was driving and sometimes they put curbs in and you don't know that they put a curb in. So she was at the gas station and drove off the curb. Well, it ended up being this really big curb and her car got stuck, and she was an older woman, and a couple of guys just stopped, pulled over, and got out and helped move her car back so it wasn't kind of hanging off the curb, right? So that is random act of kindness. They didn't know that lady. They were probably in a hurry to go somewhere because we're all in a hurry to do things these days, but that just little act of kindness probably meant the world to that older woman because she's probably panicked thinking, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Oh, Karen, I love that. Karen said, our new sales guy at work told me to be quiet with the shh sound the other day. And she was like, what? He said he didn't want any of our customers, we are a wholesale glass fabrication company, that are here to steal me because I am not smart. I had never heard anyone speak to me like that. Right? And you know what? The sad thing about that, Karen, is probably people think that about you all the time. We're just not in a habit of saying things like that to people, right? For whatever reason, we think it, but we don't express it. So if we think it, we should express it. Next time we think Karen's smart, we should tell Karen, Karen, I think you are smart, right? We should just let it out. Here's another one that doesn't take a lot. If you can find the right match, volunteer, right? It could be for a nonprofit. at a school, at the food bank, right? Organizations need help, right? They need help. So that is a way to put good out into the world. Volunteer. You know, if you don't have kids, that's okay. Call your local elementary school and say, hey, you want to have a little bit of extra time? Do you need help? Can I come and help? Do you need help collating papers or something like that? Now, schools may be that may be a little bit tough depending on the school. Sometimes they need to have a background check first before they can let people into the school. But maybe ask a neighbor, hey, you know what? I noticed that you broke your leg and you're having a hard time mowing your lawn. Can I do that for you? So volunteer. And volunteer could be volunteer to help people in your neighborhood or volunteer for an organization or something like that. This last two are things that we do as a family that we've done for years. One is well, we call it Secret Santa, okay? Secret Santa. Adopt someone for the holidays. So through a friend, I have learned of a family that had their main provider, the grandpa, passed away very unexpectedly, and so the grandma is, they're all extremely upset, obviously, but the grandparents are raising the grandkids, and he was the main source of income, and it was very unexpectedly, and he was not old, so that's the family we're adopting for Christmas this year. So we will buy them Christmas presents and then also give them some financial assistance. And we told the boys, don't buy us anything for Christmas. We don't need anything for Christmas. We would like you to take what you would spend on a present for us, and let's help this family. And then Nick and I will show gratitude. We'll return kindness out in the world by helping a family that is in need. But here's the thing. For us, it'll be secret. That family doesn't know us. They don't need to know us. We're just kind of a little random act of kindness, but helping a family through Secret Santa. The last one is Utah Food Bank. So donate food or money to the local food bank. This is kind of a neat thing that our neighborhood has done every year. I mentioned it's a newer neighborhood, so all the homes are new. We were one of the first 4 that moved in, and that was 6.5 years ago. There were about 160 homes here. And one of our neighbors that moved in the same time that we did took it upon herself to say, hey, you know what? Let's not do neighbor gifts. Neighbor gifts are stressful. Neighbor gifts usually, anyhow, it depends on neighbor. Let's not do neighbor gifts. Let's not spend money on neighbor gifts for each other. Why don't we do something with that money that we would spend? So each year at this time, she works with the Utah Food Bank, and we have a link on their website that is just for our neighborhood. And Lisa, puts that on our local Facebook group, our neighborhood Facebook group, and the HOA sends out an email and says, if you would like to, as a neighborhood, this is what we're doing, donate to the local food bank. So the other day, I just did a little quick calculation. Over the last 3 years, our neighborhood has donated more than $22,000 to the Utah Food Bank through that, which is amazing. What is actually even more amazing than that, and I don't know what the statistics are outside of Utah, I would imagine they'd be pretty similar. For every $1 that the Utah Food Bank gets through their connections, they can purchase $8.71 of food. For every $1 donation, they get $8.71, which means when I did that calculation, holy cow, it's almost $250,000 that our neighborhood, through the Utah Food Bank with their buying power, has done. So that is a great way, an easy way. It could be even through a couple of cans of food, right? Food bank needs all kinds of things. So even if the next time you're at the grocery store, buy an extra can of corn, an extra can of peas, and an extra can of peaches, and get that to your local food bank. Or maybe you live in a neighborhood, maybe do a food drive like that. They always, 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 always need food. So as long as it's non-perishable, and you really, if you want to do something like that, should check with your local food bank so you have a really clear idea on what it is they need. But that is a great way that you can show gratitude and kind of return kindness out into the world. So things there, some things are cost more than others. Some things cost. Some things cost a little. Depends on what you want to do. But there are those things that we talked about at the beginning that really cost nothing. A compliment, a thank you, a smile, right? Those are things that all of us can do. And try to work those into, things that we can do this month for sure. But when we did this back in, I don't remember when we did it. We did it earlier this year. We did a list and we talked about trying to take some of these things and do them year round. They don't just need to be, once a year or one month out of the year. We can kind of try to do these things, more throughout the year. So it's just about done. I don't know. As I look at it, there's a lot going on over here, not as much over here. So maybe if I fill in a little bit more, maybe put that little guy there to fill in a little bit more. We could do that, but really I think that'll work. Maybe if I do a little bit of that here and a little bit of that here. Why don't we try that? Let's add our adhesive here. And we will move on to the other side. Thank you, Karen, for the reminder. And guess what? Look at Karen just did a little act of gratitude. She reminded you guys to help me to hit the like button, right? There's so many different ways that we can throw kindness, put kindness back out into the world, and ways that we can show gratitude. So, yes, yes, yes. All right, this guy can go there, and then I'll cut these guys off and see if I can't place them on this side. All right, friends, so we are going to wrap it up. I am going to cut these. I will tell you, I never in a million years, although I probably should have known, right? Oh, I had 4 lists on our list. We have been at this for 5 hours. And I will tell you, if you are still here with me and you've been here for the last 5 hours with me, I tell you what, that time has flown by. That time for me, I don't know about you, but has flown by. I never would have thought we'd be here for 5 hours. But it's literally like I've been here for 5 minutes. We have been focusing on something for ourselves that we enjoy, which is being crafty, which is being creative. When things are crazy in your life or in the world, we need to remember what brings us joy. And if crafting brings you joy, then that's your go-to, right? Then get your stuff out and craft, right? If it's a stress reliever, if it stops you from thinking about everything that's going on personally or, whatever it is, do what you know helps you, right? Do what you know helps you. I know this helps me. And that's why I am so happy that I'm just playing away, right? Playing away. I could probably, no, I can't, Karen. I know Karen will say, do it all day. I can't do it all day today, but I sure feel like I could, right? I sure feel like I could. Now, that is not right. See why that's not right? It's like 2 little leaves that we just jammed on there. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. So what we need to do is probably make one of these go a little bit more of a different direction. Maybe both need to go a different direction. Maybe both just are a little bit more like this. Like that. There, that's a little bit better, right? That's a little bit better. Nope, I don't like it. I don't like it. So you can tell I'm just enjoying our time so much. I'm enjoying our crafty time. I'm like, I don't really want to stop, but we will. I'm just going to figure out what needs to be added here. Maybe it's better if they're hooked together a little bit. Like that. There we go. It just looked very unnatural before. Well, because they were unnatural. I just kind of cut them off and threw them on there. All right, so while we are finishing up here, let's chat about what is next. So this coming Wednesday, which is the 13th of November, 2024, we are listing again. So we're going to list Wednesday night because I will be out of town over the weekend, Thursday through Sunday. So we will not be listing on Saturday this week because I will be out of town teaching at an event. So we will list again this coming Wednesday, 5 p.m. Pacific time. 5 p.m. Pacific time. And so we'll be here for a while. So if you would like to list with us, you certainly can. I will be here. And if you can't make it live, well, you can always watch the replay after, right? You can always watch the replay at any time after, which I know lots of you do. I am quickly looking for, I feel like maybe something needs to go down in here. I tell you, I will just keep going, friends. You know me, I'll just keep going. I'm sure Nick is like, hello. We have things we need to do today. But this is important. This is important to me, right? To me. Oh, I love it, Karen. Thank you. Karen said, see, her likes went up 10% since I typed it all. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Karen, do I post what events you are doing so we can see in advance to see if we can attend? I absolutely do. There is a page on my website that says coming soon. The top part of that page on the website has the products that are coming soon, and the bottom part of the page has information about where I am teaching. So there are a few things on there so far for 2025, and that will continue to fill in over time. But yes, there are a couple on there. Some things are already planned, but I can't announce them until wherever I'm teaching announces first. So. But I will tell you, oh, see, that's not working because look, we have that guy there and that guy there. What if he goes down there a little bit? He can go down there, but that didn't really solve my problem of trying to put some things in. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna add this guy and we'll stop, because generally when that happens, it's easier to come back later and know what you need to add as opposed to just kind of picking things up. Sometimes it'll just come to me. Oh yes, so what I was saying is I am, so much of my business has grown in terms of manufacturing, designing, producing my own products, that it has become more and more difficult for me to be away traveling a lot and teaching a lot. So I have, over the last year, and I will continue to do this, made a conscious effort to do a little bit less in-person teaching. So more of my in-person teaching is now kind of concentrated in the fall. That's just because I need to have, I need to have balance. I need to have balance so that I can, I like that there, so that I can have a life, so that Nick and I can travel, but then I can also do the work I need to do in order for my business to continue to grow. So, because I can't do it all, right? It's taken me 56 years to come to the realization that I cannot do it all. So, all right, that's good. I think that's pretty good. I think I'm good with that. I'm good to let that sit. So, 3 lists that we did. That was the third. Our second list that we did. It's over here. Our second list that we did today, this one, love that. Our childhood memories, kind of favorite childhood memories. And then our first that we did is about last month, for the month of October. And we played with a little Dutch door as we did that. So I was able to add 4 more photos, larger photos than I was normally used to doing. Okay, friends. The other part, Karen said, and have more time to be creative for yourself. Time to, because me, time is everything. Yes. And you know what? The other thing is that I have to allocate time to be creative for my business too, because sometimes you can't force it. And apologies for that. Sometimes you can't force it, and I have to build time in to be creative for that as well. So yes. All right. I am rotating the camera, friends. Here we go. Tracy's Treasures said she's been here the whole time. Lovely, but she has to go. Family is here for her grandson's birthday. I love it. I love it. Enjoy your grandson, Tracy's Treasures. All right, friends. Thank you so much for joining me today. You, like I said, have given me a purpose today to get off the roller coaster, to get off the roller coaster that has been the craziness in our country this week. So thank you, thank you, thank you for giving me a place to be today, and a place to be able to do something that brings me a lot of peace and solace when things are crazy. So, I love our times together on Saturday, and I'm just so appreciative that you joined me. So, thank you so much. I hope to see you again this coming week on Wednesday night. I've made a conscious effort, kind of the last couple of months, to do a few Saturdays mixed in with a few weeknight sessions, because some people can never come on a Saturday. So we do weeknights and Saturdays, and we'll see how that works on into next year. Thanks for joining me. Have a lovely rest of your weekend. Remember, how can you show gratitude? Let's try to keep that going. Let's try to keep that going and not forget, and have it extend past just the month of November. Thanks for joining me, guys. Bye-bye.